Fucking hot in here, boy. Holy shit. All right. All right. All right. We did it. We went live. Now I just need to share this with the right group. It would not go with my other. So we are here. All right. Let's see if that is working out. Sorry about that, everybody. Had a little bit of a funny situation today where it would absolutely not let me. Am I even on live right now? This is so weird. Oh, here we go. That's right. I'm behind. I'm behind. Here we go. All right. Anyway, apologies, guys. I have made it. I am here in the lab again today. It's very hot today. I've got refrigerators and heat pumps and ice machines and all sorts of things that are producing heat in the lab. So it's going to be very hot for me today, but I got the door open. It's a Sunday. We should be able to get away with that. Let me click record real quick because I definitely want to do that as well. Let's go record. Or to the cloud. All right, welcome everyone. Hash Church, season 12, episode 33, Inside the Lab. As you can see, I am inside the lab today. I've got my stuff all ready. We're going to put the equipment together today. We're going to pull a bunch of hash out of the freeze dryers. I've got my equipment sitting right here ready to go. These are all the components for my Whistler technology unit, which is back there. I'd love to start out by, as always, shouting out our sponsors. We don't have a ton of sponsors, but the few that we do, boy, we really appreciate them. There's no doubt about that. And the Press Club is one of those guys. You can elevate your solventless game like I do at Hash Church with the Press Club's premium lineup of rosin extraction essentials, proudly supporting the community through top tier tools that make clean, potent concentrates a breeze. From their legendary rosin bags with the proprietary pink stitch, zero blowout guarantee, from unbeatable durability and yield to award-winning wash bags, premium parchment paper, pre-pressed molds, and the innovative Press Club rosin press for precise heat and pressure control. Whether you're crafting at home or scaling up, their ISO swab stations and collection plates keep your setup spotless and efficient. All crafted with 100% food-grade dye-free nylon for contaminant-free results that preserve those precious volatile organic compounds. You can join the Press Club in championing Hash Church by heading over to thepressclub.co today and gear up for your next epic press. Always good to support the sponsors. That is for sure. Next up on the list, our good friends over at Puffco. If you're going to elevate your solventless game at Hash Church with the Press Club's premium lineup, then you're definitely going to want to elevate your sessions at Hash Church with Puffco's cutting edge lineup, starting with the innovative Pivot, a little pocket-sized dab pen that delivers the full rig experience on the go, featuring a quick-release 3D chamber for premium flavor and real-time temperature control with 4 heat presets, and haptic feedback. I also think it's much better than an all-in-one. If you can get it, buy a jar and this little pivot. They are spectacular together. If you're getting into epic group rips, you can dive into the Puffco Peak Pro, which is powered by revolutionary 3D XL Bowl technology that offers a 78% larger chamber for 2 times more vapor. Even heating from the sides to get bigger, fuller rips, and an XL joystick for fuller loads with less reclaim. And don't miss the new Proxy-Core, the modular portable powerhouse with 4 precision heat settings, fast 90-minute charging, boost mode for intense hits, and easy disassembly for seamless cleaning. Really perfect for any adventure. Support Puffco's game-changing innovations by heading over to www.puffco.com or following @Puffco on Instagram today. Yes, indeed. And shout out to Grandmaster LEDs and Bubble Bags. I'm not going to show the pictures and go into the whole thing, but you know how to support us if you need to. We're not far away. Oh, okay. So as you can see, I'm in the lab today. I put out an invitation yesterday to a bunch of people. I'm not sure how many are going to be making it. Hopefully at least 1 or 2, because it's always a lot easier to have a conversation than it is to have a monologue, if you will. So today I have come back into the room. Freeze dryer is completely full. You can see it's saying process complete. So this is where you get the option of going no defrost going more dry time or going defrost. So I'm going to crack it open and see what we've got going here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if this is dry. Wow, that's dry right there. Yep, that's dry. Always nice when you open the freeze dryers and the hash is dry. So, little alcohol clean because we are going to get into the hash more than just dipping our finger in. You never know what you've been touching. It's always a good idea to stay clean in the lab. That's a 70% isopropanol, which is what the Canadian regulations suggest for cleaning bacteria and molds and yeasts and any other little things that are going to get in our way here. So I'll wait for at least one person to come in, and once I have a person, I'll be able to get doing. I'll check with Mr. Paulin. Anyway, hopefully everyone's been good out there in cannabis land. Cheers, cheers. What is your temp humidity in that room? Well, this room is usually much cooler. Right now, I have this old fridge in here. It's actually full of yesterday's hash. So I got these to go in there. And there's a lot of heat coming off this bad boy, a lot of heat. I like to have my freezers in the room with me, but that one might have to go. Usually it's around 18 degrees Celsius, 16 to 18 degrees Celsius, which is fairly nice. It feels like it's an air conditioned room. Humidity is super low. We don't have much humidity in this room at all, which is nice. Yeah. So we're not running either today. I'm really just mostly pulling out the hash, and I'm gonna have to first get rid of all of this because this is my table here that I'm gonna do the hash on. So all of this has to be connected to all of that. And that probably take me about 20 to 30 minutes. Wow, volley. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. How's that for an old friend that I haven't seen in a very long time from Holland? Welcome. Welcome. It's a volley. Wow, I've known that dude for a very long time. Wally. I always call him volley, but the two V's are supposed to be a W, I'm suspecting. Your setup is incredible. Yeah, dude, we like to do it right here, nice and clean, keep everything proper. We've got our mops and our cleaning stations. We clean a lot in the lab. I mean, I've been training a gentleman here and just kind of explaining to him that it's all really about cleaning. We just got to get cleaning, 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 cleaning. And that's really all it is about. The more you clean, the better it is. And so that's what we're doing here. And I'm excited. I'm actually like really excited to start getting going and hooking things up, but I don't want to necessarily, not be paying attention to you guys either. So I'll try to do both. This is our base right here. You can see where we're going to hook up our sight glass. So first things first, we are going to set up our valve. So we got a nice little valve here, little unit. There we go. That's how we open that little guy. Close and open. That gives us the power and the control to make sure that this thing isn't just rushing out and pouring water everywhere. I do have like a 6 to 8 foot trough right here, right on the ground, which is amazing. You kind of see it there. Boom. Show you the trough. And yeah, so if that is closed, then we're going to go this way. That's open. All right, here we go. So we get our little gasket. We get our little butterfly clip. For those of you that are familiar with those, that's what's going to get us all organized. Now, sometimes these things are a lot. They'll drive you nuts sometimes because you got to make sure the way you set them up is appropriate. Meaning, for instance, this one is a valve that opens and closes. Well, you got to make sure that the butterfly clip isn't in the wrong direction, facing up. Otherwise, when you go to close your unit, you're going to have some problems. Next up, I like to have a sight glass. So we use that little guy right there. I see Hashtag is using these now as well. That's super cool. All hash companies that make equipment should have a sight glass. And this is going to go as well with a gasket and a butterfly clip. And this is going to let us know when the hash is moving, all of these different things. Well, good for you, Nico. That's amazing. Good for you. We have pretty decent air filtration as well as full control. We spent like quite a few $1 million on this lab, so it is also pretty darn good. But no, we don't have positive pressure. Oh, retracted. Look at that. He's retracted his message. I always wonder why people do that. A few years ago, I remember your macro photos after freeze drying showing they shredded the trichomes and you didn't like it. So does the trichome shredding just not really matter? No, you misunderstood the photos, Blazing Tiger. The shredded hash was the microplaned hash. Freeze dryer hash is not shredded at all. It's just sublimated. So the heads will still be intact. The thing that I said about the freeze dryer hash, that because it's not conglomerating and melting itself together, you end up seeing these artifacts or these shadows of the capitate stalks. And so I'm sure they're there with air dried, but they melt into the globs so you don't see them. But yeah, you don't get you don't have to worry about that. That's for sure. Or I don't anyway. So just putting on the sight glass real quick here. Once again, making sure that the butterfly loop is out of the way and not blocking our opening and our closing. All right. This is one of the most important things you're going to have on your water extraction unit. This is a very good thermometer. I absolutely love it. Big fan of this. This is the Saniflo thermometer. The range is minus 58 Fahrenheit to 302 Fahrenheit. So minus 50 Celsius to 150 Celsius, this thing will monitor. So it is built to monitor temperature. So this is actually, it goes in the top. So we're not ready for that just yet. Although we could bring the top over, I suppose. Get these bags out of here and get these pieces off of here. All right. So I always got to think. Yeah, this is not light, this piece. These are the baffles for the Whistler Technologies unit. All right. Had a little dent in here this morning, but I managed to hammer it out just on the lip here, which is good. We don't want that. And you got to put in our risers. These are for the motor, the belt drive. So one goes right here and one goes right here. Now, another thing before you put this on, as you gather it all together, is where did you go? Where did you go? I know you're somewhere. Oh, there you are, hiding. I see you. So we use a food grade multi-purpose grease. This is NSF-H1. So it's a food grade grease. It is water resistant, so it's not going to wash away. Now, keep in mind, this doesn't. Oh, good for you, Nico. My goodness, what we should get Nico on here to tell us about all the stuff that he's done. He is amazing. My goodness, very French as well. Yeah, so this is CRC food grade multi-purpose grease. Use it. The thing is not going to contaminate, but generally when you're using stuff like this, be very careful because you don't want it to. Yes, that's right, Petunia Dynasty. You have to look like a giant trichome. So let me just kind of got hair weighing in over here, but yeah, I'm trying to look like a giant trichome, but I'm not pulling it off exactly. But so food grade grease, make sure you don't get this anywhere. You want to really watch for transfer. So we're going to use a little one of these. I'll get a bunch on my finger. Oh, that much right there. And then we're just going to grease up the little knob here. And this will keep your machine from completely seizing up. It's amazing how many people they buy these used, these machines, and they have zero idea about the greasing component. And if you don't grease this up, I can promise you that you're going to end up having some pretty big troubles. You're going to end up seizing the motor. And for Whistler, this is about a $10,000 fix. So easy enough to take care of and to watch, and just make sure that you're, being present with your grease, and making sure you're removing the top of the motor, the belt drive every shift, and kind of opening it up and looking at it and making sure that it's all good. So there we go. Grease is attained. You also want to make sure before the belt drive gets put on that you're not transferring, dipping your arms in that grease and then moving it around your facility. You don't want to do that. All right. So here we go. Here's our belt drive. This is not light. This is the belt drive right here. And you can see from the bottom, that's where the knob's going to go in. This is where our impeller is going to go. And so let's get it on. There we go. Like a glove. Now we put on our pins. That's interesting that there's only 2 here, because this is a 3-pin job. What did I do with my 3rd pin? What did I do? How did I lose my pin? All right, well, we'll put the 2 in and we'll look for the 3rd. Got to be a 3rd somewhere. These are fairly important because the motor's going to, you don't want it bouncing or moving. And so these are pretty important clips that it was so strange that I lost one. Maybe over in the sink. Oh, well, this will be the missing. We're not going to start today anyway, and I can get an extra, but there it is. I found it. It's on the ground. So what do we do when something falls on the ground in a federally regulated system? We spray it with alcohol. And this avoids contamination of all sorts of different kinds. And it's funny, the whole cannabis industry is like, oh, that's ridiculous. I can pick things up on the floor, blah, 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 blah. Well, yeah, you can. You can be a total fucking pig and serve people dirty, nasty shit. It's true. Or you can kind of set a bar and make sure that you're not kind of selling, garbage to people. So that's why we make sure that we keep everything clean. So there's all 3 pegs. Boom, bam, boom. This is going to end up being turned around this way to set up with the pump. And so we'll put our thermometer right here. Time for the thermometer now. All right. Okie dokie. This is important because it tells us our temperature, and I want this to be at 0 the entire time. And there's times where you're washing that you're going to be lowering that temperature. I don't currently have cooled water, like RO cooled water for spray. So my water's coming out a little bit warm, warmer than I'd like it. And so it's important to have that thermometer, make sure that we really pay attention. Yes, cleanliness is godliness, as Stuntman Sam told me so many years ago. Now we have the thing that makes our system so good. The impeller. This is really quite a design. It's a dual impeller. It's set up to create a torus, which sucks everything through the middle and then pushes it up back on the outside and then sucks it up through the middle. And it does this infinity symbol back and forth, back and forth. No competition can match our work. Well, I think I could, actually. So that's neither here nor there. Hey, Katie Ann, nice to see you. I love the nature shot of you next to the river there. Yes, this is the Sirius impeller. This is how you move material. This is why when we run the Whistler Technologies, we saw at the Heady Happenings that we pulled 100% more hash than our competitors' equipment within an hour. So within 1 hour, if they were pulling, 100 grams, we were pulling 200 grams. So it is pretty crazy. This is definitely not a propeller. It's an impeller. Propellers are different. You can look it up. It's going to go in right now. So it's got a nice little piece here with a spring where I'm going to lift this into the piece, and then I'm going to turn it. And these little clips right here, these little two side clips, are going to turn and then lock. So they go up a chamber, over, and then down and lock the impeller into place. Okie dokie. Here we go. Oh shit. You know what? We made a mistake. We made a mistake. And I'm going to go through that mistake with you guys right now. It's a pretty key mistake, actually. So we're going to have to take off a few things here. We're going to have to take off a few things because we forgot the most important thing, which is honestly hilarious because I have never run the unit like this with forgetting, but this is definitely the first time in my life of setting this unit up and forgetting the bottomless, the false bottom, the screen. So we're going to lift this back up. Oh, yeah, we got the impeller out. There we go. Get this over here. I'm going to lift this out real quick. Hopefully I don't end up with grease all over me. Ooh, actually. There we go. Now we're going to put the most important thing in, which I forgot over here in the corner of the lab. This is what we call our false bottom. You've probably seen these types of screens. I think Hash Crew recently is playing around with screens like this. We've been using screens like this almost since the beginning. So we want to put this gasket on, get it wrapped around. Take a breather, Nico. Oh, is Nico still going? Dude, I don't know why some people want to come in here and just be dicks. Nico is always on the edge of being a huge dick. Yet he seems like someone that could be helpful and is good and still, but yet it's just like, holy fuck, dude, like, shut the fuck up. All right, so there we go. That's our false bottom. Got our little knobs there. Usually we use a tool. There it is. So we usually have two of these. My partner's unfortunately lost one, so I'm only able to use the one. But this is how we generally put this into the unit. You just drop it in, and then slowly kind of drop it into place. Give it a few little drops. Not too hard. We don't want to bend anything. Okay. False bottom is in. Pretty darn important to have the false bottom in. Otherwise, all of that flour, all of that material I put in would have gotten pumped through the hoses. It would be an absolute nightmare. Don't get me wrong. We still get material through. In fact, currently we're looking at getting a new membrane for this. Oh, Kudelki. There we go. Like a glove. Put our risers on again. 1 and 2. And then we'll go for the big boy. We'll go for the big boy. Ugh. Lovely that it just kind of pops right into place. No difficulties. I don't have any plans myself to go to Thailand. Everyone's going to Thailand right now, so I'll probably just stay here in Canada and America. Oh boy. Okay. Hash Church in the lab. Okay, so we got all 3 pins in. Now we're secure. We can now throw in our temperature gauge because as I looked in here, last time I was like, oh my God, we don't have the false bottom, and the false bottom is so essential. This is basically a 250 to 220 micron screen. They're very strong screens. They're slits. The holes are slits. They're not perforated. Here's an old dirty one that we bent and kind of destroyed, but you can see what the screens look like, right? They're this type of screen to remove stock. Um, I think there's quite a few companies that now kind of promote the use of these false bottom screens. What else do I have to do here? I got most of this in place. Kind of sort of, oh, making sure the bags stay off the ground. Okay. Metal, little plexiglass. And then we also have a little plexiglass shield that goes right over this hole. So that's basically complete. All we have to do is put our arm on here for one of our, when we want the water to go back into this unit from the pump, we set up a cable, a hose from the pump that goes right into this part of the machine. So that is how I remove the water from the 32-gallon buckets that I've already filtered through the bags. That's how I get that water back into this unit. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I saw that dirty. I have a lot of people who are excited about Thailand. I'm in Canada. So I couldn't be more excited about being where I am right now. It's a pretty good spot to be as far as things go. All right, so gonna have to move the pump. You're literally on a cannabis channel right now, Nico. I don't have a clue what you're talking about, but you are literally on a cannabis channel right now. And what the fuck is medical supervision? Is that because you're completely have lost your mind and you have psychiatrists following you around, making sure that you don't jump out of a window or something? I'm not quite sure. Anyway, that is all the time I will be giving to Nico today. I am now going to be focused on the more positive people in the chat, like Booth 966, who is just always positive. He's the guy's been through fucking hell and back. He's living tough. He's got a fucking disease, and he's one of the most positive people I know. But hey, there it is in a nutshell. The French are the French. He waited 5 minutes to say that. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm gonna put on my exits, my little mini exhausts for the pump. So that's that little guy right there, and you can open and close these. You can see the little ball in there. If I get out of the way, you can see that it's a straight hole, and this just allows me to reduce water that's stuck in the pump or whatever. I can remove that sort of thing. What's up, Robert Carroll? You crazy bastard. Love you, dude. Love you. All right, so let's get our pumps. Luckily, these pumps are on wheels because they do weigh a fucking ton. All right, so here's one. Ouch, as I landed on my toe. Oh, they're very awkward. Pump number one, pump number two. Let's get another pump over here. I think we're just gonna go like, there we go. And then we'll push this little guy back a little bit. And we're going to put these on the bottom of the pumps, like I mentioned. So, hello, uterus. Anyone coming in? What's Colin saying? Just getting the kids back from the skate park. All right, Colin will be in here in a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to keep on doing the lab. I have no supervision, medical supervision, as you called it. There's no need for me to have medical supervision because I have all of my marbles in order. This lab was started almost 5 years ago. So it was started under the name Embark. It went through a whole thing. It went bankrupt. That company lost everything. And then my new partners came in. They took over the facility. I became vice president of business development. And that's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing. So let me go do some of this real quick and get these little guys put on properly. Let's see what we can do here. All right, so we're gonna turn that a little bit so it's not in the way. And I know you guys can't exactly see other than my back. But you want to make sure with this handle that it's turned enough at an angle so when you put the top piece in, which we're about to put in now, it doesn't affect the unit. So we got two of these because we have two pumps. Well, welcome back, Danciraru5325. Sorry if I ruined your name. Ah, yes, Salty Puts. You are not wrong. I mean, there's part of me that likes the guy, but you're right. There's definitely like he has a hard time not being cantankerous. But hey, we need people like that in the world too, right? Variety is the spice of life, after all, I feel. And it's always good to figure things out rather than just, he's been here long enough. He's just not like a normal troll that comes and trolls every day. I really do believe he's trying to share good information. Otherwise, it would have bounced him a long time ago. All right, now we got our splitter, which goes from one pump to two sets of bags because we are obviously using 300 liters. We can only fit about 260 liters into our buckets. And that's why I have, this giant tub where I fill the excess water into the tub and then blast that water back down into the bucket. So, all right. So pump number one is going to come right from here. So pump number two, that's going to go into the bags. This one is going to pull from the bags. All right, let's get this all sorted out. This is a little tougher one to do because of the butterfly clip is so close to hitting. Ah, there we go. These extra little sort of butterfly clips on the actual SPX pump. So we'll get that good. Now we got this, which comes from there. So let's do a short. Oh, this is let's do this. Let's go right from there to there. Is that long enough? I think so. Or is this? Let me see what I got here. I could turn the pump at an angle. That is pretty short, but I think it's the one we've been using. Turn the pump at a bit of an angle. And we should be able to put this nitro line tube in beautifully. See if I'm missing anyone. No, I haven't missed anyone. Oh, it's heavy and complicated, Anthropod, but it's also light and simple. It's all about the perspective that your mind has when you approach it. So, yes, at first you can come in here and be very overwhelmed by it and be like, oh my goodness, this is a lot. I'm not sure what we're doing here. Or you can just kind of figure it out real quick. And it's very easy to use. The equipment is very like on point. So I have to say that. And I've used a lot of different equipment over the years. Holy shit, have I used a lot of different equipment over the years. And sometimes these butterfly clips are really difficult to get on. They are not always easy. So, you want to be patient with them. They can tear your gloves. You can put them on kind of sideways where they're not quite along the rail system, which in the end is just going to, end up having a big leak and causing a bunch of problems. So it's good to pay attention. Oh, what's up, Chico O'Malley? Thanks, Booth. Okay. How long does it take to put together during normal production? This takes me about 20 minutes in the morning. You'll see it's not going to be that much longer. I'm taking my sweet time right now. In the morning, I am much more rushed. And so I really am like giving her when it's the morning, that's for sure. Okay, so there's that. Let's get you fit. There you are. Fit. Fit to tit. All right, there we go. Let's turn you a bit so I can turn this. There we go. Another positive pump. Yeah, so usually we clean this all up at night. And then We come in the morning and do all of the hooking up. It usually takes about 20 minutes. Now, I'll tell you, I have a method to my madness. And my method to my madness is I come in the morning, I set up the false screen, right? I put the false screen in the bottom of the equipment. I set up this little guy, right? So we can open and close. These are not easy once turn them the wrong way. So they can open and close, right? And what that does is it allows me to start filling up the unit. All I have to do is put this on closed before the eyesight, before anything else. Now I can start watering, get the water up above the false screen, throw in my 5,000 grams of dry trim. We're doing a run every day, James, 6 days, five to 6 days a week. We throw in the 5,000 dried grams. If it was fresh frozen, I'd be throwing in about 25,000 grams of fresh frozen. The weed is over here. Oh, why won't I show you, eh? This is what we're doing here. Yes, the lights come on. It's wonderful. You walk into the room, you think, holy shit, I can't see. Boom, lights go on. Beautiful. So this is my freezer right here. And I have a bunch of product in here. So if you want to see the product, let me get this little guy open. Ah, there we go. I was turning it the wrong way. Okay, so here's a bag of trim. You can see it's very loaded up with hash on the bottom. All the corners are just super hashy. This is about 10,000 grams. Sorry, 9,147 grams. I have 65,000 more grams coming on here soon. So I have about 20,000 grams left in here, which is great. Always stoked to do that. I got to pull this out a little bit. Here we go. I got to put this on the extender, I think. I'm going to have to take this key off. Or actually, I used to have it on my extender, but I put it on the clip. So now the key doesn't extend anymore. So a little bit of a pain in the ass, but that's okay. Okay. So this is bubble hash. Beautiful, beautiful bubble hash. About 3 kilos of it. And yeah, you can't really get much of a better view than that. It is fucking sandy perfection in a nutshell. So yeah, there we go. The cultivar is Dante's Inferno. Dante's Inferno. Make sure you seal these really good before they go back in. And then I have just bags and bags and bags of more stuff here. There's just a whole like 5 different bags there. See if this is going to work for me. Okay. All right. We've got it all locked up. Boom, bam, boom. That's what you wanted to know. Where's the stuff? Did I show you guys my RO? I think I showed you the RO last time. This is the water equipment room. And the lights should also, boom, come on. So here's the Hyperlogic professional water filter. We've got our carbon filters. We've got our membranes, our concentrate flow, our recirc flow, our permeate flow. God damn, we have a giant Hobart just sitting right next to it here for mixing. This is probably like a $20,000 unit. If we need air in the facility, we've got plenty. It's piped right into the facility. But this is my baby right here. This, as a water extraction guy, and it comes on its own skid. It's not a cheap unit. This is not a home unit by any means. But yeah, pretty stoked about it. Let's get out of here and head on back. Let's head on back to the hash room. Yeah, the RO system is on point. Ooh, you want to see something crazy? Just randomly, I have a Yeti Pro 55 ton, and I have another Yeti Pro 55 ton. These are some of the best fucking presses on the market. And I got to shout out and give props to Matt and the crew at Sasquatch. I finally talked to Matt. Matt did go out of business recently and he hasn't been replying to anyone. But he finally replied to me because I kind of felt like we were friends. We did the Jamaica trip. We did a whole bunch of stuff together. He's had a family. He's had a rough go at it. Sasquatch didn't survive, unfortunately. But I will say that they're the best presses on the market. I can't, you know, legitimately say that there is a better press. Yeah, CNC packaging. Dude, I'm so excited to go to Colorado at the end of the month because I'm going to see the CNC packaging unit that we got, the air pressurized Grammer from CNC packaging. Doesn't use heat, just uses pressure, and is apparently really fucking cool. My partner's been using it. He's like, dude, you're going to freak out when you come see this thing. So we're going to come down there. We're going to get some good footage for the good folks at CNC packaging. And we're going to help show how much we've been enjoying the unit since we got it. Okay, so might as well keep finishing this because this has got to get done at one point in time. So we might as well finish it. This is the top of pump number 1. Sorry, pump number 2. We mixed them up. And this is kind of for pulling all the water out of the unit. So this pump is going to pull the water out of the bottom, and this hose is going to go into each of the buckets for filling. So it's very run and dumpish at this point in time. So there we go with that. The other one we're going to do is going to end up coming from the actual, I got a little water in there. There we go. This one's going to come from the top of this pump, and it'll go into the unit here. So let's do that real quick. Make sure you don't drop these things on the ground. I tell my employees all the time, if you drop anything, we just got to clean it again. It's not that big of a deal, but people don't want to do that. They want to drop things and then they just want to pick them up and use them again. And I totally get it. Big pain in the ass, constantly cleaning, but that's what the regulations are for. They force cleanliness on people that would otherwise, maybe be a little too lazy to do the work. And so we force them in that sense. All right, so this one is going to go to the top right here. And we're almost done. We only have a couple more things to put into the buckets. Mostly seals. There we go. And then if you have heard that beeping sound, my freeze dryer is ready. And I'm a bit stressed because I don't really have anywhere to put the hash. So I've got to take the hash out. First, I got to get all this done, which, as you can see, we're getting close, right? It's getting pretty close. There's my freeze dryer. This shows you what I have in each tray of my freeze dryer. This is the date, the 12th, the 12th, the 12th, the 12th, then the 13th, the 13th, and the 13th. And these are the microns that I'm currently drying in the freeze dryer. So, I'm so glad to have you guys here. Time of wash, depending on material. The material we're washing is so fucking heavy in resin that we were washing for 1 hour and then filtering. Well, we can't do that anymore because we were pulling like 3,000 to 4,000 wet grams of hash. And I've talked about this a bunch, and I really hope you guys can hear me when I say this. The diameter of the bags were only designed to catch so much hash. If you push too much hash through, which is what we were doing after an hour of mixing, the 220 bag was full. And it was full of like shit and nice hash. And so much so that you can't blow it through. So I was forced to freeze dry the 220, collect it, and then I'm going to be getting a vibratory sieve and I'll run it through a series of screens going down to about 45 microns. And I'll pull out any small little bits and pieces of material. But what we started doing is we soak at 7:30 to 8. 8 to 8:30 we mix. We pull the mix at 8:30. By 9 o'clock, we're mixing again. By 9:30, we're pulling again. And then we mix from there on. We'll do two half-an-hour mixes, and then we'll do 2 hour-long mixes. And that pulls generally about 1,000 grams of dry, beautiful, purplish. Like the bubble is really, really nice. It's not like the best in the world. It's probably around 55%. And It's really good. It's really, really good. So let me continue to put things on the units here. I think we're going to go with bags in the buckets ASAP because there's no real other place to put the bags. So why wouldn't we just get them into the buckets? I love it personally. I love that I'm still working with bags years later. I love that all of the companies that have come out with equipment over the years and all different ways of doing, and we're still using bags. It's spectacular, really. It's one of my favorite things about this whole process. So we're not using all the bags because we are using making more of a full spectrum. In the legal world, just to give you an idea, if I were to use all the bags, I have to do a test that costs about $1,200 for each grade. So if I used all 8 bags and I wanted to separate it all, unless I threw the 190 and the 160 away, I have to do a test for $1,200 to $1,500 to process each bag into the regulatory framework. So a lot of companies are like, okay, we'll take the 70 to 120 and we'll put that into pressing rosin because most companies aren't growing good enough resin that they can sell the hash as full melt. So most of the rosin that you see is not by any means 6-star bubble hash. It's 4-star, 5-star at maximum, but it can turn into a very beautiful product. So we're using mostly the contaminant bags. So I've got the 220, which is a double 220 because I also have a false 220 in there, right? And then I put my other 220 right here in this little guy because this will pick up so much leaf and plant matter and contamination that I can't even explain it to you. And then we go into a 190, which surprisingly, once we started using the 220, because we didn't the first round, and that was my mistake, thinking I was running fresh frozen. Fresh frozen and dry are totally different. You do not run them the same way. So what I learned was the 220 is essential for the dry material, the double 220, in fact. And I might even start putting 220s into the bucket and pull 220s. They're the worst bag to pull, but they're the bags that kind of pay you back the most in the sense of getting shit out of your hash. All of the 160 has been beautiful. 90% of it has been pink and almost indistinguishable from the 45 bag, which is 45, 73, 90, 120. And then the 160 or the 190 has also been very, very lovely hash. We tested it at 50% THC and yeah, pretty decent stuff. All right, so these are pure pressure buckets. They come with a bunch of excess holes that are completely unnecessary. So we're using these to just seal the holes, right? So you've got right in the middle of the bucket here, you've got a hole. Boom, let's just fill that up. I'm not sure why they put these holes or what their understanding was, or if they were just learning and they thought it'd be cool to pump water out from a third of the way up the bucket. I don't know. I have no idea, but I definitely know that I'm going to cover them all up because they're big holes that water can leak through. Also, just because these are small and insignificant doesn't mean you shouldn't be pulling them off every single time you wash and washing them. You gotta wash this stuff. You can't leave it on for days and days and days. Otherwise, you're going to create all sorts of problems with microbials. And so that is kind of what we want to avoid at all costs. Well, hello there, brother. I can't hear you. Oh, you're muted. Hi, can you hear me, Etienne? Can you guys hear me? I expect around a 17 to 20% yield. The trim itself tested at 17%, but it's bone dry trim. And when we got 65,000 grams of it, one day we washed, I showed you guys the bottom of the bag. It looked like it had twice as much resin on it than others. And it ended up dumping. We ended up pulling like 5,000 or 6,000 wet grams. For those of you that don't weigh your wet hash, shame on you, first of all. It's the only way you can have an understanding of where you might be at the end of the day. Beautiful, Etienne. You want to know where you are. And how you figure that out is by always weighing your wet bubble and putting the comment in, like, did I pour the bubble in like a slurry where it's all water? Or did I kind of squeeze it out a bit and it's kind of crumbly and now I'm flattening it out with my hands because that's a lot less water. It's going to dry a lot quicker. It's going to create different pressure in your sublimation unit, your freeze dryer. The more material you put in, the higher the pressure becomes under that vacuum. Okay, good. Ed Chan just couldn't hear me, which was weird because he usually can, but maybe he'll get his. Oh yeah, he can hear me. Perfect. Awesome. I did say hi to you earlier, and you were just like fucking you. I welcomed you to the room. Ah, yes. Well, good to have you, brother. I'm just filling up the equipment as I do on these days. I only have one freeze dryer, and what's been happening is we've been behind, and the freeze dryer can't dry the entire day's hash. And so I keep getting pushed behind each week. So I got to come in on Sunday, empty the freeze dryer, fill it back up, and hopefully tomorrow, midday, I'll be able to have the majority of the hash that was made on Friday and Thursday dried out of the freeze dryer in order to put Monday's hash back into the freeze dryer. So this is what we're dealing with over here, and I love it. I just love it. I'm so happy in the hash room. I'm so happy when I come to work. I've got an amazing employee by the name of Yono, my Colombian friend from Bogota. And he's just been, I can't even say, like, he's just been absolutely the perfect. I don't even want to call him an employee because he's more than an employee. He's like a homie. He's the hash homie. And he sits in here all day long with me and he works really fucking hard. And we put in the time and the energy. And yeah, if you're watching, you'll know I'm proud of you, dude. You're doing good work. All right, let's get this one in. You got to be careful. Oh yeah, I was just, you know what I was just gonna say? You got to be careful when you're doing up these butterfly clips because they're very, very hard on gloves, and you want to be careful because gloves can actually shed. And lo and behold, look at that. Every time you have a broken glove in the lab, you get rid of that thing right away because it's going to shed and it's going to cause problems. And ain't nobody got time for that. Oh,
And
I still
nobody
got to put
wants
the
rubber in
antenna.
their hash.
Nobody wants rubber in their hash. Now, don't get me wrong, Etienne. I have an enormous amount of processes set up to make sure. Like when we get the hash out of the freeze dryer later today, you're going to see that I run it all through a sieve, a very tight sieve, and I have pulled out black and blue nitrile glove components from the hash.
It's going to happen. It's inevitable. I mean that's the reason why they just found out that the studies that they've been doing on microplastics, they found out that the microplastics were the gloves that they were using for their testing. The joys of science.
Oh my God, dude. Well, that is a perfect explanation right there, where it's like, oh, yeah, you kind of want to trust the science,
Yeah, well,
you know,
science
within
is only as
reason.
science is only as good as the science you're doing, right?
Well, that's it. Like you and I are kind of unique characters, very much along the line of Dave Watson. We're not scientists, but we
No,
surround ourselves with scientists. We host shows with scientists. We're
right.
constantly talking science, like we have an understanding. And Dave was kind of the first person that taught that to me that I don't need to have a PhD to regulate my understanding of science. What I can do is just surround myself with PhDs, guys like Mark Chaldon and all these other amazing people over the years that have been feeding us this information. They have, incredible knowledge, and it's easy for us to sort of absorb that knowledge when we're humble and willing to listen.
Oh, and they were also great teachers too, then that were willing to teach. And we were also students willing to absorb, which, those are two things. I've met many a master who has tried to teach people, but their egos get in the way. And I'm proud to be a lay scientist. I was just out of natural curiosity, but that's what led me to starting, THC testing. As you stated, I wasn't the expert, but I was able to find the expert, bring them together,
Exactly.
and learn from them. And that's what my mom taught me early. She said, surround yourself by intelligent people, and you're going to learn. And I didn't understand it at a young age, but as I got older, I realized how much one I didn't know, but then how much I wanted to know. And even though being a lay scientist and having, just curiosity, you can still affect and move the needle in the lines of trying to affect change, because just that testing alone has, spread around the world. Yes, it has been misused and abused in some resolve, but
As
as we
always.
discussed with David and everybody else, that was never the intention. The intention was always, to have just the real science. There was never a idea or a concept that people would try to then manipulate the science for their own financial gain, which is something I've been very disappointed in. The movement as a whole has gone in that direction as opposed to, just accepting the science, what it is, and fixing yourself, cleaning your system up, right? You can't make, crappy hash. I mean, you can make crappy hash from crappy product,
Hmm,
but you can't make great hash from crappy product. And
right.
your methodology taught me that. By actually having and playing with bubble hash, I got to see what actually transpires. This is, of course, back in 98, 99.
Yeah.
You got to see just specifically what, you're looking at and looking towards. And to have that quality of hash was, and it kinda made you an instant celebrity back then, because
It fucking really did, dude. Forget about kinda. It was like rock star mode unlocked. It was
yeah,
insane.
yeah, I was rather surprised by how many people then, once you get them high off of it and they're like, "Oh, well, you just need trim," then all of a sudden, you have more trim than you've ever had in your life to deal with. And then, of course, you learn and you make mistakes. Like my first mistake was, "Oh, okay, I'll just clean this tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow,
Oh,
tomorrow,
oh,
tomorrow."
that's a good one.
Yeah, and so if
That's
you
a good
don't know what
mistake.
happens if you leave it to go tomorrow, you create a new biological experiment that,
Yeah,
creates scents and flavors you do not want around or on your hash. If anything, you will be introduced to your gag reflex quite quickly.
yeah. It's you're not joking, I'd say. That is definitely that's something.
Yeah, so that's something we've definitely want to reassure to people is you always want to what you're doing with water hash. The reality is you have to do the cleanup after, as much as you don't want to, as much as you finally realize how labor intensive it is. If you
People
do
have no
not,
idea. People have no idea. And in fact, what you're saying right now is literally what I live in my lab. We
right?
clean on a level that most people, it's just not conceivable to their minds, you know? And for me,
No.
it's just like I get my guys in and I say, look, the whole floor needs to be scrubbed and mopped. And I create grades and I just say, do that square, do that square, do that square. And, and they start the first square with the magic eraser and they're on the ground and they're like, oh my God, dude, are you fucking a maniac? Like, this is so stupid. But when they're
Mm-mm.
done and how the fucking floor looks after they're done is absolutely spectacular. I got a
Right.
little
I
bit
mean,
of
if you're gonna,
water on my floor.
yeah, because any type of water, any type of vegetable matter, when it gets in touch with that, causes, a bacterial slurry that you don't know what it is. It can make you sick, it can make your animals sick. It's just bad stuff. So as much as you can clean and get your water out and clean up your process as soon after you're done. I know people are like, "Oh, but I just spent all this time, making it. I'm tired. Just want to go ahead." Well, that's how I ended up with my mistake in the first time, because it was, I'm tired. I'm gonna let it go. And when I tell you,
I wish.
if you've ever cooked down or dealt with bat guano or seabird guano, which I know you have,
Oh, fuck.
um, yeah, it's the equivalent in the smell and the toxic. I mean, it's a little more with the seabird or bat guano. Don't get me wrong, but
Sure.
it's the same situation. If you do not clean up afterwards, you're in a world of hurt the next day in a level that you've not realized until you've been there, and that will be the only time you make that mistake.
That's right. Here's my best
You
friend in
learn
the lab.
once.
This is my best friend.
Yeah, right?
This is
Yeah.
my best friend, dude. I got water everywhere at any given time, and that squeegee is so fucking effective and efficient that I absolutely love it. It's
Yeah.
my favorite.
Yeah. And it's worth I mean, and the price the price is worth it. Sometimes you look at squeegee and you're like, Jesus Christ, that's very expensive. But when you realize how important a tool it is, um, good tools are worth their weight in gold and they're worth the money.
Oh
And
yeah, we have shitty ones that are 50 Canadian at Home Depot, but they're wood dowel and like really really thick shitty. This is
and the
34.99, and it is the best squeegee because it works both forwards
and back, yeah.
and backwards incredibly. And I mean, I just cleaned up probably 10 gallons of water that had leaked out of my ice machine. We have a bit of a problem with our exit hose, and it doesn't always make it to the trough. So we're kind of working on that. But the little things, Etienne, it's the little things.
And it's all the little
Uh,
things.
let's throw our impeller in, shall we?
Whoa, very nice. Oh, that's beautiful. I know, geeking out on fucking look at that. Oh, nice rounded edges on that thing too.
Dude, this
Oh,
is for the tourists. This is what people don't understand. We engineered our equipment. We didn't just pay like a welder that was doing like wines or beer stuff to start making, which
mm.
no slouch to the companies that did that, but like this is different. This is engineering. We actually hired engineers to design this, and because of it is extremely effective at washing. So shout out to Kelvin Wong, shout out to Dave Aries, shout out to Andrew Cotter, and who else? Shout out to Aaron. Aaron was one of the engineers. She ended up having a baby and going on maternity leave. But all of these people, these names that I mentioned, they were all a part of helping design the impeller for the Whistler Technologies unit, and that's why it's just so damn effective at washing. It really, really is. All right, so
Well, it
let's
looks
clean
like it's
up.
it's nice soft hands on the plant. You know what I'm saying? Which is what you need. You don't want to. That's the most important component, right? In the sense of you could easily shred and destroy and really if you weren't thinking properly, you could definitely over engineer something like that or under engineer it to the point where
Oh
you're
yeah,
creating more problems for yourself than you're not. And it looks like they're
yep.
double and they're just slightly offset, so it looks like it must get quite a nice whirlpool when it spins.
It gets an incredible whirlpool, and then you can control through the VFD the hertz, the speed at which it spins at. So we also have baffles that are in there, so the material can kind of bounce off these baffles. It's really about getting an efficient extraction and then filtering properly to get your purity, which gives you your quality. Most people, they don't understand that. So what they're more interested in is just mixing as gently as possible, which, it creates this really high margin product that is like, or low margin product, but high cost product. So it ends up having to cost an arm and a leg, but you don't make a ton off of it. And then it sort of alters everything that's behind. So it's really been a journey for me, Etienne, about the best in the world versus like making the best products for people that want to buy them. So it's a very, very tricky kind of thing. I don't think this particular squeegee has any marking. Oh, wait a minute. That's not true. That's not true. Let me get that name for you, my friend. I'm old, so I'm going to have to use my camera to fucking see it because holy Christ, it's like blinding over here. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's like a patent number. They don't have,
Ooh.
oh, and there's kind of a QR code on here. Damn, I really wish I could figure out where this is. No, oh, wait. I think I see a company name. Carlisle. 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 That is a Carlisle squeegee. One of them there yellow Carlisles, if you know what I'm talking about. That's so
Right.
cool. All right, well, I think I got this whole fucking room set up and in order for tomorrow hash making.
What are you
Now
washing
it's
tomorrow?
I showed it. We're gonna wash the rest of the Dante's Inferno. Just give you an idea. This is a 160 micron tray. Really nice color. It's kind of got some purple in it. You can see the shadow is like really messing. See how fast the shadow makes it look way darker than it is? You see that? Like how dark this looks, or sorry, this looks, and then I go like that, and it's really quite lovely. See if I can just pull a little piece out for us to see. Oh, there we go. There we go, Etienne.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh wow, that's
Yeah,
beautiful.
it's wonderful. Oh, not much of a smell because it's super cold, but Dante's Inferno, it's not the loudest of the loud by any means, but it's definitely like nice resin. All right, so that's the 160. That's going to end up going in our freeze dryer here. And wow, this freezer is really nice. Holy smokes. Also, ice. Ice is super important for the process. So I got me in one of them there cold draft ice machines. Look at that. How beautiful is
That's
that
nice
ice?
ice.
That is some nice ice, man. I like to
Mm-hmm.
move it a little bit because if I move it from the sensor, I can end up with a little bit more on Monday morning. And I use about, I don't know, hundreds of pounds of this ice over the course of the day. Okay, so we're going to grab a big old piece of parchment. Shout out to the Sasquatch people for making this custom parchment for me for my press. This is what you need when you press big. I like to lay that down on top of the stainless steel and kind of go over the hash. Now, today, we're going to be going over the 14th, no, the 13th and the 12th. So we have to go through our records and we have to go through our dates. So this is the 14th, and there's going to be 10 pages of that. Boom, boom, boom. So there's the 14th. We're not going to be using that today. We are going to be doing some of the 13th. So we'll pull this out. That's the 13th. We put those documents there. And finally, certainly last but not least, we're going to do the 12th. So we've got about 8 to 10 pages of documents for each day that we run. I've gone over these before, the bubble hash production records, basic things like production time, start time, production facility, the operators, the supervisors, the cultivators, the material, the starting weight, the condition, the batch lot, the internal work order, the processing room, the additional operators, the source lot number, the harvest date, the storage temperatures, the scale and calibration ID, and an expected yield. That's just page one. So I've created documents for the regulatory framework that I just have really more data than I probably even need. So we're going to put these back on the board and get rid of them for a bit. We've got our pen. And what we're going to start doing is we're going to start pulling hash out of the freeze dryer and processing it through the sieve into the bowl. So there's my kitchen sieve right there. Put that down. And then my bowl, which unfortunately is almost always wet, which, the last thing you kind of want to have is wet when you're dealing with dry. And so this is one of the problems with water hash, freeze dryers in particular. The shit doesn't freeze till overnight if you're lucky. And so then the next day when you go in, if you're making water hash, well, you're also processing your dry hash simultaneously. So I don't know. The pain in the butt. I thought the ice knocks off the trichome heads. The ice does knock off the trichome heads. It's definitely part of it. It's absolutely a part of it.
It's the part of it. It's
Yeah, well, Dragonfly Earth Medicine is in the chat completely. Like, I love when I get Johnny Bede when I've been doing something for 30 years, but someone comes along and says, "No, you don't need ice, just cold water." It's like, well, yeah, it can be done, but trust me, the ice is helpful. It doesn't mean you have to use it by any means, but to come into a Hash Church chat and say it doesn't knock ice off is absolutely fucking incorrect.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I would not do it's called ice hash for a reason. You know what I'm saying? Water hash as it will, but yeah. I never ran without ice, period. It's just, I feel that that type of agitation to the oscillation is really integral in slapping around those little vegetable matters and, dislodging that stuff, which
Yeah.
I don't think your strict just water agitation. What up,
Well, you get
motherfucker?
you get people with this understanding that, oh, the ice is going to create more contamination. It's like, yeah, that's why we use streams. We filter out the contamination. That's how it
Well,
works.
and
That's the
while you
whole
also
process.
use, clean ice too, you're not using tap water.
No, we're using a very high level RO. I showed the RO
And
unit
look, there's nothing
earlier.
won with using tap water ice, ladies and gentlemen. Ice is
No,
ice.
I did it at
However,
home all the time,
there's
but not
different types of
commercially.
ice from really small pieces of ice to, larger pieces like what he was showing out of his freezer. And what I would want if I were running, I would want that type of ice that is, rigid, has edges so that it does hit, it causes that slight brittleness that's already there between the head and the stem to really dislodge. And of course, it can be done with
A lot
water,
of
but
190, you,
again,
my man. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's
welcome, Colin.
What's up,
a
buddy?
run, buddy.
What are you guys talking about? Ice and freeze-dried material? What's up? What are we talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're just talking about ice and using ice to extract water extraction. I just saw Dragonfly Earth Medicine was in the chat going, you don't need ice. Ice doesn't knock the heads off. Cold water does. And
it does.
yeah, it's doable, but I would argue that personally on my platform and the way I've taught for the last 30 years, I've always taught people to use ice. In fact, there's really no better way to make cold water than ice. Like this is a great way. Unless you want to go spend like 10 grand on a chiller, of course you can do that as well. But I feel like a chiller isn't as environmentally friendly as ice. Seems like it would be more,
You
yeah,
know, we
more
we
more
uh we
friendly.
make we at our lab we hand make our own RO ice with molds that we had made for us. Um, they're huge chunkers of big blocks that we use
Mhm.
uh, to keep the cool the water down at times. But we in the vessel with the material we try not to use that much ice. Um,
Mhm.
it's a thing that we try not to use a lot of. For us, it's more
I
about
try to use as much ice as possible.
well, this
500 pounds a
highlight this
day if I can.
I love that. So this is cool because like, listen, there's no wrong. It's like how you get there. There's different paths to thread to the same place, and I think that's what I'm trying to highlight is like,
Well,
it's cool. You don't have to.
There is wrong because there's lots of people out there
True.
giving people advice on how to make hash, but don't have full mouth hash ever,
Right.
ever in their
True.
stash. They're growers.
True.
Why don't they have full mouth hash? They're apparently the best growers in the world, but they're all smoking on rosin that they took their mediocre bubble and pressed it into.
True.
So
So
I
yeah.
don't know.
Yeah. So all right. So let's call that out. So environment matters, being cold matters, right? That's your point to drill that in. Um, quality of resin matters, how you grew it matters, right? All those things, how you harvested the fresh frozen matters, how you're sieving it, like Marcus is doing right now, matters, right? Post process of the process, right? So I think, yeah, all the downstream, I think you're calling it right, matters. And I guess what I'm trying to highlight is like we have a path that we all choose to take. I think you and I both use ice because it's helpful. I don't think there's any wrong in that. And then if your water is cold enough and you can work in a -10 environment and keep an agitator with the water moving and all do all those types of things so it doesn't ice up on you, cool. Right on.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
you might be future-proofing it with glycol chilled jacketed wash machines, right?
I've done that as well.
Me too, right? So that's also not, I don't think there's a wrong there, but I think to correct
Nice.
myself as you're keeping me honest here, which I love, is like there is a wrong way to do things, to your point. And it happens quite often, and is misconstrued as the best, to your point. Um, just because it's in a segment or made doesn't mean that it deserves the crown, right? There's more sapphire than there is diamonds kind of thought, right?
That's a fact.
Um,
Right.
so, I think you're right. But sometimes I'd like an iceless wash sometimes. I find it, you know, but it's really to each their own, I guess, is what I'm after here with trying to highlight is
Right?
we all have paths. As long as you're doing what is supposed to be done through this, walking that path, you're probably going to make some pretty good material.
Mhm.
Um, you know, but
Well,
you're right.
well,
There's a
you
lot that can go wrong too, right? Like you could wash it you could grow it perfectly, you could harvest it perfectly, you could wash it perfectly and freeze dry it wrong, right?
fact.
Um, you could grow it wrong, wash it perfectly and freeze dry it right? And there's a lot of
Right.
things that could happen along the way. Like we had a batch that we washed that wasn't as terpy as another batch, and I called it out. I did a dab and I was like, immediately I looked up at my partner Zach and I was like, ooh, get that other batch out for me. And I tried it and I was like, bioassay to bioassay, my man.
Was it sour or what?
Just it was what I found is that we did a different freeze dry setting, and it I didn't think it was as terpy. It's not that it's bad. It's just that as my partner always says, is I'm obsessed with perfect, and being obsessed with that, you have a lot to kind of chase and lot to correct. Even when you think you're perfect on all the things, you can always be better. Is kind of my mentality.
Well, and
Um,
even worse part of that is that nobody cares about your perfection, and nobody appreciates it either. It's like the
Mm.
smallest percentage of people that are like the 14 people you know and hang out with that smoke dabs at that level, and the rest of
true.
the world is just like, dude, I got
It's
this
sick.
pre-rolled joint with pineapple terps in it, bro. It's so good, and it's like I'm learning how to like accept them both, you
Yeah,
know.
no, you're
And
right.
not be
I took,
some pompous prick that thinks I'm better because I
yeah,
want to smoke that. I mean, I do love to smoke the best, but now what I'm also doing is I love to make the best hash in the different grades.
yeah.
Well, I'm
No, it
curious,
took me a long
Colin,
time to get there.
Colin, I'm curious about, you were talking about a little bit of ice. So what percentage of iced water do you use in your mix? I know I've asked him just as he hits his bong hit, and of course he's going for a heroic morning one at that.
I
There
put
he is.
about 5 5-gallon buckets of ice into my reactor. I'm using trim. I
Five.
don't have chilled
Okay.
water. If I had
Right.
fresh frozen, that's going to offset the temperature of the water more. It
Right.
also obviously matters immensely what temperature your water is coming into your room at. It's summer right now, so the water comes in warm. But I usually put 5 to 7 buckets of ice in for the first batch. I base everything on temperature. It has to be
Right.
0 degrees Celsius. If it's 0.3, I'm good. If it's
So you actually put a
1.2,
temperature thing in the water to make sure it's.
dude, I have a CSE Saniflow thermometer that goes from minus 50 Celsius to 150 Celsius.
You'd say
That
that
is
to
the
all the
range is
girls.
minus 58 Fahrenheit to 302 Fahrenheit. This is my little thermometer. It hangs maybe about here. So I need to get my water and my ice up. Otherwise, it's just going to be measuring the temperature of the room or inside the vessel. But yeah, it's most important tool is my thermometer. I'd have a hard time
Right.
making hash without the
Yeah.
thermometer. Okay,
So
so
that's
we just did the 190.
thermometer flex, ladies and gentlemen. Thermometer flex.
It was
Yeah,
a bit of
so
a thermometer flex, you know?
it's the truth,
No, no,
man.
it's reminding people that you need something like that. Because when I originally did, I just
Not
relied on
bad.
ice and water, and it looks cold. So, okay, that works. I didn't think to actually have a thermometer on hand to go, oh, I'm dropping above freezing now.
It's
well to
exactly what happens. You need to know when you're dropping above freezing. That if you want to talk about the importance of ice, once you drop below freezing or above freezing, I guess, you have created a big problem because the heads will literally go from being brittle to kind of more warm and sticky. And it's like a 1 to 2 degree temperature
And
that
that
just
changes everything.
it shifts everything, dude, especially depending on the quality of the resin. That's also going to change everything. And then the humidity and the temperature in your room is also
yeah.
going to change everything. Luckily, I'm doing full spectrum hash right now, so if I was doing a much higher grade hash, I wouldn't be leaving this like this for any amount of time. And I'd be doing this in a much colder environment. There's
Yeah, I
just
was
no
gonna
doubt
say,
about it.
to answer your question, Etienne, we do our tanks outside of the cold room have ice blocks inside of them that we throw in. So you usually use 4 or 5 gallon blocks that go in to cool that large you know vessel, and then that gets pumped through the wall, and then that has its own tank that it goes feds into as a holding tank, which is to Marcus's point at that at temperature, and it never goes above 0 basically. So
You should get
that's
some video of your lab, dude, and bring it into Hash Church next week. We'd love to see it.
yeah, dude, for sure. We started
Show us
talking
your
about stuff like
molds
that.
and your ice and all these little
Yeah.
things are fucking
Yeah,
cool stuff
we have
to
a
share.
dedicated yeah, like what we do, we have a dedicated freezer just for making ice. Like it's just that's like what we do.
I have a dedicated freezer just for making ice. It's called an ice maker.
Zach is actually, I should bring him on. He'll start
That's
laughing.
so funny.
He's like,
He would. Dedicated freezer for making ice. Yeah, we call them ice makers up here in
we
Canada.
call him Zach in our lab.
We call him that. That's awesome.
No, it's for real. No, it's funny because we have all these molds that I've collected that I'm very partial to, and like the big block ice that you've always told me that you've got the ice machines that can do that. I think maybe once in my entire commercial career I've ever bought an ice machine that makes the big blocks like that. Most of the time we just sit there with a hose and the RO water and fill these things up on trays and then put them stack them in a
Well, you
freezer.
guys have time that I don't have, clearly.
It doesn't take that much time, dog. Like, I don't know.
It takes more time than me coming in the morning and opening my ice machine and seeing 600 pounds of fresh cubed ice just sitting ready to use every 18 hours. It just produces it. In fact,
It's
while
true.
we're here, you'll hear my ice machine because I moved everything. So it
What's
should
your
be
ice
able.
machine's name? Does he have a name?
My
Yeah.
ice machine is called
How much an
Gary.
hour is he like?
He's Gary. I named him after my dad because he's cold as ice.
Wah, wah,
Hell yeah.
wah.
Yeah, womp womp.
No, it's a cold draft. KOLDDRAFT. Cold draft. Very. I hunted for this ice machine for like a fucking long time, dude. Years of my life.
Does that come with water filters in it, or you got separate water filters? Then
Oh
you
no,
run your water
this thing is fully filtered, like
Okay.
double time. It's filtered through the RO and then it's filtered through the machine.
And then yeah, the
Excellent.
RH of your lab needs to be super low as you can go. But you gotta stay hydrated.
All right. It's true. It's true.
Trade-off.
1, 2, 3. Now we're doing 45. We got this is the full spectrum. It just looks the exact same as the 190 and the 160. It's kind of insane.
I love watching you put it through the sieve. It's just powder. So that's a great spoon. Love those spoons from Press Club.
Yeah, shout out Press Club.
Look at
Always
that. How
shout out
nice
the
and
Press
dry.
Club.
I'm gonna get a 4x9 mold from the Press Club for brick hash pretty soon to do kilos.
Mm.
These guys started making those. Big shout out to them.
Press Club kilo. What? It's 1,000-gram press.
Yeah, into a brick.
Okay.
Put that under under some
I know I
pressure.
have one over here somewhere. Mine is a 500 block. Very big. So the kilo must be huge. Here's a 500 block right here.
Oh
So
yeah.
this was made by Joel from Sasquatch Resin Company. And obviously the plate comes right out the bottom as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's my little guy. I just, the thing I love about coming into the lab is we're telling these stories all the time. Show and tell's nice too. Like showing people what we're doing is, it just feels
Sasquatch still
awesome.
around at the company? Are they still doing stuff? Or is that I see your Lab Conco, dude. There it is. I love that thing.
Yeah, I got the Labby. No, Press Club, Press Club. Sasquatch went out of business. I talked to Matt the other day, actually.
Got it. That's too bad.
Talked to Matty the other day. He said
Yeah,
it was
they
just
made
too
some good
much. And
shit. Sorry to hear that.
bunch of
Yeah.
shitty things happened, and he was just not overly happy. Anyway, I'm gonna clean this press up later. Ah, maybe we'll press a
Man,
500-gram bar.
I like it.
In the meantime, let's get this 45
Yeah, I was
off
looking
the
through my
parchment.
photos last night, and I found photos of me, you, Jeff Church, and in Barcelona when we did the squash back in 2017.
Someone just sent me that video the other day, dude.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
I was
like it's
look
kind of trippy. Let me,
I was looking
we
at
were
images
just
of Tony, Matt, and his partner, I guess maybe his cousin or something at the time, at ICBC in San Francisco in like 2014 pressing at the event.
no, no, it's too
Or
early. It's 2015, and the first place we ever pressed, and it wasn't Tony, it was me and Jeff Church and a bunch of other people. Was at Barcelona in 2015 at the
2015.
Spanibus, and that was at my booth. And then we ended up getting invited by Todd McCormick, and he brought us to this
The
event.
Hash Museum.
That's Mark Emery in the corner. There's me and Jeff Church. We're doing the rosin. There's a bunch of different people. There's like Buddy in the back from Aqualabs. Jeff is there. Todd McCormick is right kind of beside me. You can kind of see him hiding there. This is an Italian guy by the name of Lorenzo who used to help me with Legends right here, leaning in with the grassroots hat. That's an English dude right there named Aaron, I believe. Just a bunch of cool different people. This was the year that we showed people rosin. And really, to be honest, it was me and Jeff Church everywhere because he was just so like he was just like, tell me when, and we'll just pull out the straightener, pull out the screens, pull out the hash, pull out the, and so we
I
we
remember doing
showed
it with you
a huge
in
amount of people.
when I came up to meet you at it was definitely it was definitely after them when you introduced me to Tony up in Canada. It was I remember we
Yeah.
came up to that conference. So it was like, and then we squished live. I remember there with that dude's press. Gosh, that was so man, that was so long. It feels like forever ago. It's
Yeah, yeah,
crazy.
it feels like
What
yesterday.
was
It was
that?
so
What
wild.
was that? What was that conference called? Like I remember Hillary was there. Shit.
Theo
In
Fox?
Vancouver,
No, it was in Toronto.
Oh,
probably Grow Up, maybe.
No, before Grow Up.
I
It
don't
was
know. I don't know. There's a couple of them that happened
it,
that
it was a really good one, but I remember you had a talk at one of them, and then we had a booth. I don't know. It was
okay.
yeah.
Treating yourself, maybe that's really going back.
It
I think
was pretty
treating
early, my
yourself was the
man.
other one. Okay, I gotta make sure I'm doing this right.
So many
45.
conferences come and gone.
Dude, it's
right?
crazy to be doing
It's
this
fucking
work while I'm like talking and hosting a podcast because this is kind of pay attention work. You know what I mean? Like it's like you got to get the numbers right. You got to fucking
trust that dog. I know. I do. I
Yeah, but
even
you've
on
done
all.
this enough.
No, it's
I
never. You
have,
If
never
this
do
were
but
it
your
enough,
first
dude.
time, I would be concerned. But
No,
right. First
I
time.
understand where Marcus is coming from though, man. Because like as much as you've done it, you're always like you're talking to somebody, you're saying
Well, I
it's
have
like
9 pages of documents. Like it's like I could
exactly. You're like,
easily
wait,
make a mistake,
totally, yeah. Which I almost
which
did
is
the other
fine,
day, talking to somebody
right?
about something. I was like, and then went back and reweighed the jar. Luckily, I teared the jar. Otherwise, I would have
Oh
been in a lot of
shit.
trouble. I was just like filling it. I was like, how much is in here? It seriously happens, man. As much data
oh,
as you keep.
Woo-wee. I am loving this day. I'm not gonna lie. This is fucking great, bro. I love when all the hash is fucking dry.
Sometimes
My
it takes a
favorite.
little extra time.
Yeah, well, I put this in on Friday and I put like 25 hours of extra dry time on top of like, the 12 to 14 hours that the unit already had added. So a lot of dry
Yeah.
time, but very low torr, or high torr, I should say. I didn't pull an aggressive vacuum, which is tricky. You try to keep the mTOR down. You don't want to pull too deep, but as your freeze dryer gets rid of all of its moisture, if you have your mTOR set to 500, it could end up down at 200, because once all of that pressure of the water is gone and turned into vapor around the edge, it just changes the way the machine measures millitor, which is why I think so many people have problems with freeze dryers. It really is one of I always said that making bubble is like I could teach a monkey how to do it, but the hard part is drying it. And it stays true even with freeze drying. It really is the hard part.
Yep. No, it's totally well said, man. It's totally it. It's it's like cultivation is more cannabis ruined post harvest than ground. It's the same thing with
Ooh.
washing.
What's funny, I
Yeah.
was looking at that photo, and that's from March of 2015. So it's been 11 years watching rosin go from literally people using hair straighteners to full machines,
Yeah.
you
Whole
know,
companies existing. It was a pretty
and
cool
disappearing
thing.
already. Like you said, Sasquatch. I remember.
Peer
Have you
pressure.
really talked to
Peer
Soil
pressure.
Grown lately? How's he doing?
I have not, man. I was actually just talking to someone about him the other day. I was like, you should really look up Phil because he's the one that really, put this on the map for everyone commercially.
We sure did.
Um, so I think, I'm not quite sure. It'd be great to catch up with Phil and hear what he's up to. Last time I saw Phil was when I was building a lab in California a few years ago, and he was building his own lab. I went to his lab. He had a really cool cold room, nice indoor setup that was attached to it. So I'm not quite sure what he's up to these days, but hopefully,
I was talking to him back then he was going to do the Bubble Man brand with his partner.
oh, okay.
Or
I drove around LA with his partner. I remember that guy. Yeah. He was friends with like
Or-
Whoopi Goldberg and a couple other people. Maya.
well, we won't
Right.
hold that against him.
Yeah,
The view. It's quite a view.
totally.
Go back to being a comedian. I miss when comedians were just funny.
Yeah, that
Like I
was
don't.
nice. They had
Yeah,
jokes.
just make
They were
fun of
funny.
everyone. Like, come on. I miss it. I miss being able to make fun of everyone.
I missed the Chappelle show for sure.
Oh, that was the pinnacle of making fun of everyone. It was so fucking good. It was just so good. And he took so much slack. Like, so many groups stressed out on that guy over that show. Wow, we want to see some pretty like this is from the same batch, from the same pull, but two separate
Pyramid.
bags. So
Pyramid effect.
one is completely blonde and one is completely purple. It's from the same machine, from the same pull, but I just exhausted it into different bags, just like going like this with the hose. And somehow all of the one came out purple and all of the other came out gold. That is trippy. And I'm tripped out every time I see it. I'm just like, okay, that was totally fucked, but I'm here for it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here for it. Let's get that purple and gold all nicely mixed and homogenized. Dude, I love coming in the hash room. I'm not going to lie. Like all these years of hash church and never coming in to the lab, like in the lab is, I'm not sure why I did that.
I'm usually not in the lab on a Sunday though,
No, but that's why I just go to
Usually
the
for
lab
me.
now. It's
So
great. I love getting pulled in. Fucking, it's just a drive. Oh, this looks so crazy with the purple and the gold filtering through simultaneously. Fuck, does that look cool? Right to the end. And then I always just dump the last little bit so that I can get rid of, this basically.
Right.
Right? I don't want that in the hash.
sometimes you get some of those flakers. Got to keep them
Yeah,
out.
it's all good. That's what the screens are for, right? We just screen, we sieve, we
Yep.
filter. That is the entire purpose of the process. You can sieve it up, man. Okay, so now we're on the 13th, so we got to change our documents. We got to go pick for six freeze dryer drying records. I think we haven't done any of the 13th yet, so this will be a start. And that is the 160. I guess there's no 190. That's weird. Oh, because I didn't put it in. That's right. All right. Tear is 21. No, that's not right. It's the 160 bag, and that is the 45 bag. See, I'm making mistakes over here, guys.
It
Dude, my
just this-
laptop is covered in hash. It's so bad.
Tell me
It is
about
so bad. Yeah, I'm telling you about it right
World
now. It's
hash
fucking
problems.
bad, dude. Yep, first world hash problems. Exactly. There's no shortage of them. All right, so now we're going to measure the 160. That's 675 tear. 675 tear. And we'll dump all this 160 in here. That's still half purple and half gold. This bowl is my friend. Let me tell you, I have moved probably over 200 kilos of hash through this bowl. It's a fun little tool. How's the chat going? I'm unable to watch. I don't know if there's asking questions or anything.
I
You
haven't
guys
even-
can keep a track on there.
I can get up in chat. I haven't even
Yeah,
signed
if
in.
you
over
can,
there.
yeah, if it
I'll
works.
get over there.
Go say hi to Bingo and the crew.
What's up, boys?
I love just getting hash everywhere. You can see I'm like starting to get pretty covered in it. But I love wearing black scrubs so I can see the hash. You see the hash. All right, so now we're at number 6. This is all 45. This is a very different. Wow. It's like, I don't want to keep that. Oh shit, this is still frozen, I think. Crazy. There's 2 different colors of 45 here, and I want to keep them separate. I've got 2 45 bags, just like I have 2 160 and 190 bags, just in case we end up with material that's a little discolored or whatever. There's a lot. I'm gonna have to use the razor blade and cut. So it'll always be an issue for me to find the razor blade. Usually it's just on the floor in the most difficult place to reach.
What's
But
up,
today
Last Sound 11? Yeah. So
here we
yes,
go.
the pens, all-in-ones are at Firescape, Buzzy, and the Vault, and Riverbend. Those are exclusive doors that are carrying those all-in-ones designed by us from the ground up, inside out, outside in. And then 510s are coming shortly next week. And then there's even a budget tier 3 line that we launched that you should check out. That is really good too. I decided that we need to kind of seed the market so people understand rosin in New York. So we gave you guys something that's cheaper, but not in quality, just in price. So what I did is I aggregated wash through 3 and 4 Marcus over like, I don't know, like 6
How long
or 8
are your
washes.
washes?
10 to 15 minutes, depends on the
Holy
size.
shit. That is
We do
wild, dude.
really gentle. These are gentle RPMs, low RPM.
And what do you feel if you do a high mix that you can't filter it out to be the same exact purity of hash? Is that what you're kind of thinking?
So I do descending RPMs in washing as it goes into longer wash, into first wash through 4th or 5th, right? So
You
it's
descend your
gentler.
RPMs?
Yeah, so it's gentler as you go, right? So
yeah.
that I think retains the cell walls a little bit more, and
The cell walls.
yeah,
So
because
if you overmix, you're destroying those cell walls?
I feel like I'm breaking up and allowing more particulate matter to fall
Totally.
to
That I
settle,
get.
right?
That I get. But
So
can you not
that's
filter that particular matter out with screens?
you do, but I think that in diminishing returns, you'd also backfills with alongside of the stocks, right? So I think that's something you have to pay attention to and every varietal is different, right?
But
And
do you see, here's the thing. Here's a way to test it rather than I think, right? We can just
Mhm.
scientifically be like, run the batch, beat the shit out of it, filter
Mhm.
it the best you can, test it.
Mhm.
see what the percentage of THC is, the volatile
We
organic
do.
compounds, because I do
Yeah.
that as well. And what we found is, as long as I filter properly, I don't need to gentle wash. I need to just get all of the resin off of the plant, and then I filter it out and get everything that isn't resin out from there. And the main
Yeah.
reason I do that is because nobody fucking cares. And there's barely any difference. Like if I'm making 6 star, okay, then it's, that's the thing about making bubble. You have two different conversations going on. If you're making 6 star, well, I might do, like, I'll tell you, every single person that enters a Legends is doing like 2-minute washes. But that is the most fucked way to make bubble. That is great to win a podium at Legends or Ego Clash, but to actually commercially produce bubble like that is so costly and excessive. And to me, it just shows, well, don't you know how to filter the medium through the screens? And here's another thing I tell people. You also don't need to spend hours spraying the hash, right? When you get contamination, you can buy for $1,500 a vibratory seed with 4 different pan screens, and you can throw all your bubble in it at the end of the day and push a button, and it'll remove anything that's not supposed to be in there. And that I can do in about 5 minutes. And really, if I had an ATS, that would be even better. A little slower, but it allows you to sort of change individual screens down to a 40, up to a 70, up to 120. So I'm kind of just at this point with my washing where I want to get everything off more than anything. And I feel like, the gentle washing. Do you give your material to oil guys to check the efficiency that you've done? Because that's a good one as well. That'll get you out of the feeling thing and into the holy shit. How much was there?
So let me just be direct. So there's no feeling. There's just data, right? I have huge worksheets that I've collected, like most of us here. I know what works for my system, the way that I like to do things, the output that I'm looking for. The same thing with the freeze dry settings we use. All the things are baked into the linear aspect of the process, and everyone has a particular way they like to do it. Our way is just the way we've decided that it works for us, and the products we're trying to make and the quality range we're trying to hit and consistency that we're trying to hit. So for us, it's just we don't want to break something that we know works well for us, and the yield is extremely good. And we just found a sweet spot for our lab. But every piece of equipment's different too, like your machine may have a completely different way that it and you can talk about it. The way that the water pulls down from the top down, right, is different than other paddle setups, right? So you may need to run the machine at a different RPM, it's because the tool's different. I look at it like a synth or something. There's like they're instruments, but they all kind of require their certain things that they need.
Well, and most of these instruments weren't built by musicians. They were built by welders. So that's the difference. Like we hired musicians to build our equipment. And so when it comes to the efficiency of the Taurus and how fast we can extract material off, I mean, holy shit, dude. It is night and day when you test this thing against a Hashtag or an Osprey or a Delta Separations. It is legitimately a conversation that's not really happening in the marketplace. Sure. But I saw them side by side, dude. And I'm telling you, it was 100% more hash that came out of our unit within 1 hour. It was, which was massive.
That's why, exactly. That's why I'm saying this is like, everyone has a specific thing that works. And that's just how you're going to do it. And I love it. It's awesome. It's like more of that, please. Let's like
more hash. Holy
more
shit,
hash, more
hash.
better tools, cleaner tools, more yield.
Cleaner labs.
But better product, but yeah, and it's funny because like all these parameters that we're talking about aren't going to necessarily work for anyone like everyone's setup, right? Like it's all specific, I think, to each their own, they all have, everyone's got a way. And
I used to make the best hash in the world with a cake mixer from Walmart.
Holy, right?
But now everyone's got their own techniques, and it's like, I got to do it this way because it's the way it works. I'm like, bro, a cake mixer and a plastic bucket. And fucking, like I still to this day cannot believe that is the truth. Like it's
Yo,
like what? It's kind of hard to say. Like it's
a friend
hard
of
to
mine,
say, dude. It's hard to say. I'm not gonna lie.
it's the truth. I mean, a friend of mine has an image of
Fuck.
me in Brooklyn making hash before I'm going on a surf trip. And I have all these surfboard bags next to me, and I'm making hash with these buckets.
Hell yeah.
And it's like the meltiest jelly hash ever. And I'm going on a trip that like in the next 3 days,
That's
you know,
awesome.
trying to
Fuck
dry
yeah.
it. But
Trying to
that's,
dry it. Yeah. The bane of
you
our
know,
existence.
but that's
Fuck
your
yeah.
what you're saying is right. It's, but yeah, no, it's all you're not wrong, man. And that's kind of why I'm bringing it up is like all the tools are much like instruments. Um, you know, and
They
they're all
are. They are
specific.
very, and it's a great metaphor. I'm glad you said that because it's the first time I was able to kind of put it into context that we actually hired engineers to design this fucking thing. It's not just a cake mixer.
Right. Yeah. That's
You mean that's not a batter buddy?
you
It's
mean
not a
that's
batter
not
buddy.
Alibaba?
Yeah, we got this over on Alibaba. Alibaba and the 40
I got
thieves.
Sucha. Yeah, I got dude, that's yeah. Cause
I thought it was Alibaba.
Oh,
No, it's a great
Alibaba.
dude, I love that site. Don't get me wrong. We order like gloves and all kinds of stuff from there.
Nice. So you're
Right.
you're pro supporting the Communist Party of China? Is that what you're saying?
Hell yeah, dude.
Yes, comrade.
Say what now? Wait a second. What? I never said that.
Oh
Dude.
yeah.
All right, another bag
But
of
no,
45
in all
going
seriousness,
in.
It's yeah, tools matter, I think, is what I'm getting at. I think you can't be using, the
Cake
wrong tool.
mixers and garbage bags.
True story. And bags too, you got to use the right bag systems. Don't be buying bubble dude bags. Go to Marcus's
Dude, I'll
site.
tell you one thing. I am so glad to have bubble bags. I don't even really overly promote bubble bags anymore because people are just so cheap and so like, oh, I'll buy these. They work just the same. Great. You get
Yeah.
them. I fucking love working with bubble bags. They are such a fucking breeze. They stay new. They stay clean. They're strong. They don't rip. I can fucking push thousands of gallons of water through them. And it's just a beautiful thing.
I
25,
had a
95.
young company send me a bag of sets. That's a great
Oh
terminology.
yeah,
Colin.
you got a bag of sets over there?
A bag of sets over here.
That's awesome.
I got I got a set of bags from them. They sent them to me. I shot a video with them. The middle of the video, I'm pulling the 120 bag and the whole thing rips all the way around.
You shot
Like,
a video with their bags?
They were
I don't
like,
think
because
you've
they're
ever.
like,
I don't think you've ever shot a video with bubble bags. Have you ever
I
shot
know,
a video with
and
bubble
I
bags?
stopped mid.
And
No, I
the
have.
Dude, in 30
shaming
years, in
begins.
30 years of showing you how to make hash, have you ever shown making hash with bubble
Yes,
bags?
I have. Yes.
Okay.
All the
You
Happy
have to.
Valley stuff, bro. All of it. And all the stuff we did for PAX Labs, all bubble bags. All the stuff we do in New York.
I never
all-
saw PAX bubble bag stuff though. I never saw any social media on bubble bags for PAX.
Bro, everything
No.
that dude, I had Rob
No.
Clark in the lab with me. Yes, there is. I'll repost it. How about that?
Well, I would love
anyway,
to see it, bro.
that's
You're a
why-
huge bubble ambassador. You're like probably
I-
one of the bubble ambassadors that have posted the least about bubble
I-
bags over the last 30 years.
Listen, I
Dun,
tell
wish I was
everybody
lying.
that bubble bags is the best. Oh, I'm getting blasted.
Oh, the drama. Oh,
the drama
oh,
right now.
you should see the
listen.
chat right now. It's going
Going
apeshit.
off, dude.
Colin, what are you doing? That's
Listen,
funny.
my
I thought you
sponsor
cared.
has forever been Marcus. I want
I
everyone
know.
for the record to know that anytime I talk about bags, it's always bubble bags. The only bag set to be buying are bubble bags.
Yeah.
All
Why is
the
your
other
face
bag
red,
sets that
Colin?
try-
Why is your
this
face
why- This is why I'm saying this.
I want to see
actually.
pictures. I
Tried
want to see
to-
pictures.
I tried to use someone else's bag set in the pool on the 120.
Uh-oh.
Rip all the way around. The whole thing dropped down.
Well, dude, the best part of that story was the fact that you were filming a video with those bags.
Dude, I know. And we were like, in the
Like, what's
middle of
going-
I looked
I'm
at
surprised
him.
you go,
Zach, and
and
I was
this
like, it's like, oh shit, dude. And then
and
we
this
ended
one
up
time
pulling
at band
a
camp,
brand
I
new
was
bubble
using these
bag.
these bags, and they collapsed on me.
I've always wanted to do a
Wow.
outrageous weightlifting bubble bag campaign where it's all weightlifters pulling the bags up, because it's like it's, it should be
No, you
done.
get some sumo wrestlers, get a bunch of sumo guys
Bro,
lifting it.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do ads like for the bubble bag.
That's the other thing. You're like a marketing guru. You've been telling me that you worked for marketing companies in New York, and I'm like, dude, I gotta
Yeah,
get on Colin to like cut a
let's
little
go.
video, like little lab
Let's do
video.
it,
Like, fuck.
bro. Let's go, dude. I want to do
I
it.
don't. I'm supportive of that for sure. I'll come. I'll come to
Lightweight,
fucking New
baby.
York.
Yeah,
I'll come.
CNC.
I'll come to your spot. Keep drain valve open. Remove product from
You know
dryer.
what's up.
Valve is open.
We got to
Product
get
from
Rodney
dryer.
Coleman. It's sad, Rodney Coleman. You can't get Rodney Coleman to do that anymore. But if it was to be done, Rodney Coleman would be the guy.
Really?
He would be. That would be really funny to have him do it.
Oh, smoke break. Should I go smoke some hash?
Yeah, dude. Of
Oh
course.
no, why would you ever want to do that since you've been surrounded and playing in hash all morning? I don't know why.
Dude, I just got to get this done, bro. This is like, get over it. Holy shit. I got a nice amount of hash, minus 2375 for 220 plus 310 plus
See,
185,
doesn't Bubble
700.
Man look like he's cramming for a hash exam right now?
Fuck, I am, dude. I'm
He's
like,
got his
ah.
calculator. His
Pictures that didn't happen.
Okay,
Colin's
that's
turning red
going.
from
Oh,
embarrassment
we got
This
talking
is
pictures,
about
good.
his
baby.
bubble.
Don't you worry.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
we do. Dude, I don't
Yeah,
doubt.
we
Here's
do.
the thing. It's not like I'm calling out Colin thinking he's not really doing the work. I know he's doing the work.
Oh
I
yeah.
just can't wait for this fucking pictures till I see, because I know now he's going to be like, all right, motherfucker. He's going to go back to 1999 on his computer or 2000, and he'll start like, okay,
Oh, there'll be
motherfucker.
artistic angles and all
Dude, I
kinds of
have a
stuff there.
yo, check it out. I have a G5 tower, dog, in the like in a box with all the like, and I have a RAID here with all this stuff on it, dog. It's
Hell yeah,
locked.
you do.
We got this. It's
You're
all
all rated up. All right, I'm defrosting the freeze dryer. Let's fucking go smoke some hash. Let's go smoke some hash.
Praise baby Jesus.
There's not many
Praise
people that
Jesus.
can say they have 35mm photos like this.
No, especially today. I mean, us old guys, Etienne can definitely say that. Most of the old pictures of Etienne I've ever seen have been
Ah.
35mm photos.
No, actually, they're old tin types, aren't they?
Oh, fuck. Taking it way back. All right, I am really destroying my computer with hash. This is not a good thing. And now I'm accidentally adding people as moderators as I clean my. Oh, okay.
Colin, come on. You're a visual person. You know that doesn't work right now, bud. You're just
I
Yes.
know you got to turn your fake
you
background
gotta
off to
turn
show
that
anything.
shit off,
All right, let's go. We're
man.
turning it off.
Yes, I'm angry hash man. Bingo. I'm angry hash
Blur
man.
my background.
Angry
I'm
Bubble
gonna. Hey,
fella.
listen. I'll take you should ask my hash maker Yono how I am in the hash. And there we go. There we go. See,
There you
look,
go.
I got Colin to
And,
show pictures.
Yep, centerfolds
Oh,
even.
but not many people have like, dude, there's so much stuff here.
Tasty black and whites, ladies and gentlemen. Tasty black and
Yeah,
whites,
dude.
right?
We're
Black
paid
and
to be
white, baby.
we're paid to be an incredible hash
Oh, the
maker.
original Calio right here. I'll never forget that.
Ah, that's my baby.
Oh, dude,
Oh,
big fan of the
baby.
Calio.
I perpetuated that. I used to put out thousands of Calio a week, man. I loved it.
Yeah, it was. I saw that Calio grow in Switzerland that Shanti Baba had, and it's
More of
affected me
these.
my whole life.
And then I have all the we have all the selenide from it too, so I could reprint. I could go to an enlarger and just reprint all of this. I have so
Print
much.
them up. Let's do billboards.
Yo, me and Fish
What? No
Lot back in the
slides?
day,
Oh,
dog.
come on.
Fish,
Yeah,
what year was that?
This is probably, I don't know, the 99, 98.
Ooh, 9999 was a good one. Oh yeah.
98. Actually,
I took
know
Marcel Braun to his
if
first
there's
show that
anything
year.
on the back of it. No, there's
Oops.
nothing on the back of it. But
Dude, I
that
can't
was
believe we never did any fish shows. Like that's kind of crazy.
well, we're gonna have to do new fish shows.
Well, I'm going to try to come for Commerce City next month. So I don't know if it'll be the
I
4th,
will
5th, or the 6th, but
probably,
I'm going to do one of
I
them
will
for sure.
not be able to make that because I'll probably be in Thailand by then. Back
Well,
down to
then I
go.
won't see you. I talked to a guy the other day who claimed he has the only license in Thailand. Again, this guy hit me up on Instagram. He said he just consulted for the Cookies Group and watched them get all this rosin taken by the fucking authorities, and that he's the only one. 50 kgs or some ridiculous amount, like a lot of rosin got taken from this group, and he was there consulting for them. And I was like, oh, I don't know, man, like you should talk to Colin, because like every single person I talk to in Thailand tells me they have the only license in Thailand. I've been told it legitimately eight
Have him
times.
give me a jingle.
I did.
Let's
I
tell him
told
to
I
call
told him to
me.
give you a dingle. I was like, you should hit up Colin, dude,
Yeah.
because it sounds like you got some wires crossed there. But this started
Hmm.
like 4 years ago or 3 years ago when Thailand first kind of went ape shit crazy and just released a million plants and legalized, and Cali packs were coming in and all this crazy stuff.
Well, that's
And
all ending.
people were telling me then, oh yeah, that's all, they're all illegal. I have the pharmaceutical license. I'm like, okay, but like, why is this the fucking Thai narrative? There's no way. You can go on ChatGPT and find out how many licenses there are in Thailand. Strange.
Yeah.
I'd take a picture
Yeah.
of that license though if I were you. Just get a nice little
Uh,
picture.
we we got we got contracts. You know, we got things we got things
Well,
that
I
are
don't
set
doubt
up.
it. I don't doubt it. I just find it so, like, have you met other people in Thailand that tell you that they have the only license? Is this the thing only
Uh,
I've heard? You've heard this, right, Etienne?
I think
No, well,
we
I deal with a guy who's a former U.S. military who's in charge of the Thai military. So,
Okay. And what? He's
I
got a license there? Or?
no, he oversees all the licenses and he goes after the people who have been bad. And so
Oh shit.
that's how I knew when shit was going to go down. He was the one who told me, he's like, yeah, they're disrespecting the Thai people, and it's time to do my job. And his job is ugly and bloody. And yeah, when I tell you Thai military, these guys do not fuck around. People find out after the fact. He just arranges meetings with you and their god.
Ooh. God damn, that sounds like a good guy to know in Thailand, Colin.
Happy to introduce you.
yeah, yeah, no,
That's an ally.
we welcome any relationships that are over there. I like my partners are the ones that have the deep relationships. I created a new co with them. They are co-founders of the business with me, even though I founded Vessel Life Science. You know, they're this is a well vetted project and something that um we're working on every single day. Like I have a call later today, and we're pushing very hard to make sure that this is you know what it is, what I represent it is, which is uh a very difficult project to launch. Let's put it that way.
I got
You know,
faith in you, brother. You'll pull it off.
yeah, no, I'm stoked. I
Nothing
mean,
worth having is without its challenges.
This is true. This is true.
If it
yeah,
were
we're doing
easy,
Static
everybody
shift.
else would do it. If it were simple, then other people would have done it. It's
Exactly,
sometimes
Etienne.
when expertise and experience arrive, then things change at a pace that, yeah, need to happen.
I don't doubt that there's other groups that want to do what we're doing. I think that there's quite a few, but I think
Well, there's people lying right now saying they're doing what you're doing.
I know.
I know, that's the fucking thing.
That's the world we live in, though, man, right? I mean, I know for a fact that that's not happening. So, um, so that's my truth of it. But I do think that there's opportunity in Europe, that's happening. I do believe those opportunities. I think that Germany makes sense. I think that Portugal makes sense. And
Ah, Germany.
Germany, I
Portugal's
think
collapsing though. I mean,
Have to
from
get
what
into
I'm
my
seeing.
German car here.
Portugal's collapsing as a market.
Well, their overregulation and everything that I am seeing from what I follow, and I follow the international market as well as, I'm on that homeostasis with Marcus, and there's from one of our members in the cannabis embassy, his place on the Azores, I was able to visit this year. Um they got their CBD seized, and then he's fighting that through the courts, and then of course we saw a whole bunch of auditing and problems, and that are happening with illegal suppliers, as well as arrests made due to illegal extradition of their cannabis and being caught in different places. So the those regulated markets are still not without their own challenges, or people trying to rug pull, or do shenanigans, right?
Yeah, I mean that's the world around us, man. We're gonna have to push through the challenges that are that, right? And then there's also challenges and pressures that challenge the whole market, right? Let's
Right. Well, that's why I was saying
see.
earlier is that sometimes this is when experience and elbow grease come together, because everybody else is scattered doing other things. Sometimes people with myopic focus are the ones that end up where they need to be. And that's sometimes, the best place to be is just keep your head down, do what you need to do, and then pop up when, it's
Yeah.
worth popping up. And right now you're in the woodshedding it hard.
Yeah, I mean, well, Marcus can contest this. There's not many people who can factually make 500 plus grams process through 500 plus grams a day, and do it well, you know. And I think that
Consistently.
takes time to learn that.
No, like anything else. I mean, it takes on average of what, 2 years to dial in a grow room. It's going to be the same thing for when to maximize, your hash. You have to have the right equipment. You got to have the right cold room, the humidity, and of course, Thailand and humidity. And that's a real world issue when it comes to hash, rosin, squishing, and anything else. So that requires a whole bunch of ancillary products, much less once it's made into an individual product. How is that stabilized and maintained in a high humid environment, which is again its own set of challenges? Because I grew up in southern Louisiana, where 90% humidity is average, on top of high temperature, and that's death knell to bubble hash, or rosin, or anything like that. So there's a whole series of consumer challenges one that are just there alone, just from just its own longitude and latitude, right? Much less the
I think there's
process you're
market challenges
navigating.
too. Wouldn't you say there's market challenges too? I mean, the world still doesn't really understand high-end hash yet. I think they want to. I think people are interested
They
generally.
don't understand why it's that high a price.
That's my
Correct.
lab.
That's
Nice,
beautiful, man.
dude.
That's where I'm
You
making
know
the
what's
Badass.
hash.
it's awesome.
It's fucking
Isn't that
badass, dude.
crazy? Look at that fucking
I
Yes.
love
lab,
it.
dude. Holy shit. I'm like
A hash
often blown
lab.
away.
Anybody
Yeah.
else in hash and in hash church watching right now, in chat, if you've got a hash lab too, please put your hash lab in the chat, please, because that's badass.
Hash cribs.
Right?
Yeah. I fucking every while I like to go out and look at the front of it. It's kind of insane.
It's great.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, it was
I love
can
it.
of cribs. This is hash cribs.
Oh, mute. All right, I got my thing back. I'm gonna leave here.
Bam. But
There we
yeah,
go.
man, you know,
Fuck yeah, dude.
it's,
Well, I can't believe it's already been 2 hours. We've been talking for 2 hours today already.
I know, man. Working with hash is the same as going into a grow room. It's a time machine. It's one of those things where you blink because there's so much work that needs to be done. You don't realize how much labor you've been necessarily doing. We're all dizzy watching you move around all day, but you're a
500
busy human.
grams of dry sieve, though, my man. And then reprocessing that down to refinement. Not melting it
Baby,
into
I got that in the bucket. Dude, fucking a kilo.
not melting it into solvent. I think we can all do that pretty
Remo's making a bunch these
Can do
days. Static.
Yeah, no, Remo's
How is Remo?
Remo's great. Talked to him the other day. I'm gonna head over to his place here in the next couple of days. And
Give my best
yeah,
to the
he's pretty awesome.
missus.
He's got a
She's
couple static
awesome.
systems going. He's doing a bunch of static right now, making really nice static. He's like 73% or something. He's
Yeah, it's
releasing-
crushing, man. I saw Lindsay sent me some images of it because I have the
He's pretty
exact same
excited about
setup.
that. Oh, you bought the Canadian unit as well?
We built one that's a little different, but it's
Oh, right. You
similar
were
to
telling me you got Lindsay built yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the one you have. It's good. It's good that people are getting the equipment using, right? No, everyone wants
Yeah,
the
no, it's-
static, even though they don't know what it is.
Yeah.
They just want the word.
Yeah. You're nailing it on the head, man. It's true.
Well,
'Cause-
we've had these guys coming here for the last 5 years to try and buy it, you know, and it's always
Yeah.
like, we need the static, bruv. We need the static. And I'm like, I feel like you don't know what the static is.
Looks like they're really starting here not too shortly. Some guy's going to really nail this static machine really well.
Yeah,
They look like
sure.
they're really close.
They work beautifully, man. Like you can get extreme purity. I've done it. Like I know Marcus, you've seen it. Like you've done it.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
You can get there, man. It really, Etienne, it really comes down to your material and how well you're able to get through the sieving process to prep it. And that machine just with the right parameters will, static's awesome. It's a great, even if you're doing bouncing off a screen, I recommend anyone out there that's trying to make hash, learn the discipline that I know Marcus has made hundreds and hundreds of videos and talked a lot about. And that's it's the same principle and refinement. It's just a little bit smaller.
Yeah, well,
And
shout
so-
out to Skunkman Sam for showing me that process. I wish I remembered the year. I have to look it up because I have a contract with him that he hand wrote that I guess Diana found after his death, and she gave it to Chimera, and Chimera brought it to me. So after he showed me the process, he wanted to do a business with me. He wanted us to create a machine and kind of release it to the world. And so that was kind of the dream. Now, this happened years before Sambo Creek or any of these machines came out into being. And of course, Sam asked me specifically not to share the process because it was something he was holding dear to his chest. But what a fucking honor to be like one of the few people on the planet who got to do that for like 10 years plus before it was really shared with the rest of the world. And even the way it was shared was like, I don't think people would have figured out if I, didn't post the photos of Sam's hash, and then didn't go over and over and over of the process of carding and all these different things, and then G420K carding with an iTunes screen, and then Knees wrapping a DVD, and then all these different characters that played a part on finally kind of discovering and uncovering. And then finally, obviously, it was like, yes, this is the method. Now it's been released. And the minute that happens, now people can create machines. Now people can come up with concepts and ideas because that tiny little bit of know-how, which people like to make it seem like it's not that big of a deal, it's everything. Without it, you're blind. You have no idea what you're doing. You have no understanding. It's completely blind to not, and once you fucking just get shown, like, I'll never forget how surprised Diane was when he showed me, because she came out of the kitchen. She was like, "You're showing him?" Like, and Diane is not super emotional. Like, she was like, "You're showing him?" She was blown away because she's watched him do it privately for 35 years. And I'm sure, Rob Clark knew and a couple of others. Yes.
100%. Yeah.
Mies
you know what?
Mackelman.
it's important that that happened because, you know, it's passing a tradition down that he's ignited. And now, the way the world works, it's kind of a shared thing. You know, it's really kind of
Amazing.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. I'm
Right.
glad that it's out and people have access to it. And at the same time, at the time where people were harsh and they were like, "Oh, you're trying to keep things from people and blah blah blah, gatekeeping." And I was just like, "Look, have you ever had a mentor? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have. Okay. Have you ever had a mentor ask you something and be like, 'Hey, I need you to do this for me. I'm asking something of you.'" Mentors usually give, 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 give. In fact, he had just given me the static process before he asked, "Hey, do you mind keeping it close to your heart and maybe not just showing it to the whole world?" And I was like, "Dude, I will do whatever." And even that was a bit of a test, that they, I mean, Dave knew me pretty well at the time, but I'm sure they were probably partially in the backs of their minds waiting, like, is this guy going to fucking rip us off? Is this guy going to go online, show the whole process, monetize it himself, which of course I would never do, because that was the relationship I had with Dave. So thank you, Dave. Rest in peace, brother. All right. So there we go. We're draining this. It's going to be a lot of water coming out of this freeze dryer. I'll have like a week of freeze drying. The ice is like 2 inches thick on the inside right now. It's literally like that on the inside of the tunnel, which is a lot of ice.
Is it humid? I find that it gets if it's humid in our lab ever, it gets like that. The ice buildup gets thick.
Well, this was just that I didn't defrost for like 3 sessions. So it was like,
Oh
if
shit.
there's,
Got it.
there's like 9,000 grams of fucking water. Yeah.
That's funny.
Loyalty is the hard earned and easily discarded. Ain't that the truth? Igo Nunya. No one wanted to know this process more than D420K. And he used to grind me like, so, and I'd be like, "Dude, like, you're the loyalty guy. You know above anyone that if your fucking dude asks you, your boy asks you, 'Hey, make sure you don't show or tell anyone this,' you're going to fucking take that to the grave. That's who you are. How can you be asking me to do the opposite?" It's crazy.
But bro,
And don't get me wrong, I love D420K. He was just, and it wasn't like he was being a bad person. He was so into this dry sift thing, right? He was the dry sift general. We got him into dry sifting big time. And it was just cool to watch him. I mean, he's like a big kid. He's so fucking excited to learn and to, so I went over to his house one time and I made him hash, but I did it in a closed door room where he couldn't see. And even that was hard. He was like, "What?" I was listening at the door. I'm like, "Well, don't try to figure it out. Like, that's the whole purpose. Like, when you can be told," I said, "you will be the first to be told." And in the end, D, from probably me going to his house, was one of the first people to start piecing things together that led me to doing the DVD, that led us to, static sifting becoming public knowledge. So everyone played their part, and I'm thankful that they did. Shout out to D420K, shout out to Mies, and obviously shout out to Dave Watson. The master blaster. I don't know what I'm doing right now. So I've done all the hash. I got to get ready to put all of the last day's hash. I'm going to have a lot of hash. I doubt it's going to fit in this freeze dryer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 trays. Maybe it will. Maybe it will fit in 10 small trays compared to, you guys have seen the difference between the XL freeze dryer and the large. This is the Harvest Right large, and this is the Harvest Right extra large. So it's not quite twice. It's probably about like 33% bigger that you get. So same depth, unfortunately, not much deeper either. Maybe a tiny bit deeper, but yeah, easy to take small trays and fit 2 of them onto one big tray as long as it's not completely frozen. Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. There you go. I use the Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. There's my ice machine. There's Zach making ice for me. Did you hear that, Colin?
I can't hear it now.
Well, you know what? These fucking headphones are so
Gary's
good.
hard at work. Gary's hard at work back there, huh?
Yeah, he's
Hey,
got
Gary.
600 pounds loaded in for
What's up,
Monday.
Gary?
And use the shit out of that ice. I like to put ice into my tub. So when I'm cleaning my bags after I pull them out of the buckets, they go right into the
Yeah.
tub. We also
Good.
keep ice in our sink. So we have a lot of ice in both of our sinks. We fill it up halfway with water, and then we clean 220 bags on one side and 190, 160, 45, and 25 on the other side. Obviously, we put a ton of ice in here. And then I like to put ice in the bottom of my 32-gallon buckets. I have false bottoms on there, and I usually just fill the bottom 3 inches full of the ice, and it just keeps it nice and cold. I've always loved using ice for the whole process. So even if you were to use a iceless system in your reactor, there's still places in the lab where the ice will come in very, very handy. Now, I was impressed with Simply Adam. I can't
Simply
remember his
Adam,
name.
yeah.
Yeah, the dial guy.
Mhm.
He freezes his bags, and I love that idea. I love the idea after cleaning my bags, just freezing them, just hanging them in a walk-in freezer, because any resin that may be left on those bags is now intact, wet, and frozen. It's not drying, it's not melting, it's not sticking to, obviously he's probably cleaning them really well because he's pretty OCD, like I would be. But what a great way to preserve. You leave a bag with a bit of resin in it, and you would not believe the majority of the bags here, Colin, when I came here. Like, I pulled out 8 that were good,
Dude.
but there's like 25 that are ruined. And I mean, fucking ruined. It actually made me mad, dude. I was like, oh,
I get really upset. Like when I see dirty bags,
dude.
like I'm disappointed because it's so easy to clean
say
them
the
really
least.
well, right? You can
Yeah,
flip
and
them
it's so
inside and
hard
out.
to clean them after you haven't.
Yeah, man, it's really you've done it to yourself, and you can see because it's got the rings around it, and it's all brown and weird. And you're just like, there's a right way and a
Bummed.
wrong way to your comment earlier.
There is, and you can
Uh,
do it any way you want, obviously, but
yeah.
and that speaks volumes to the hash, because
Mhm.
certain hash can be in a room that's 70 degrees Fahrenheit and have no problems. Other hash can't be in a room that's 55 degrees Fahrenheit or 50 degrees Fahrenheit and there's a problem. So it's pretty fucking wild. Everything's ready for tomorrow. I've got my ice, I've got my freeze dryer defrosting. I really just have to get this hash into the trays. And obviously I can't do that until the freeze dryer has melted all of this ice, which I'm sure it's going to be like an hour or so. So maybe I can pull up a seat and relax with you guys just for a little bit. A little bit. Got my stupid fucking hairnet on. Dude, you guys got to come up to Canada one day and make a batch of hash with me in the lab here.
Man, I'd love that actually.
Yeah, dude.
I think next spring, I'll be slowing down a little bit once I've just been so out of my mind, just like yourself, busy. So,
Yeah.
definitely want to do it. I think that's long overdue, my man.
Yeah. Like, fuck, I've known you for how many years and you've never come up to Canada and whipped up a batch.
No, I've been up to Canada
I
to hang with
know.
you, but
I know. We hung out that was a quick trip.
yeah, that was cool. That was wild. That wild man.
Yeah. Life is crazy, dude. Hung out with you in Boston, hung out with you in Amsterdam, hung out with you in fucking Vancouver, Toronto.
Amsterdam was epic. That was pretty cool.
Did you go on the building with Remo and me and all those guys and hang off the CN Tower with the thing, or did we just meet you afterwards at the restaurant?
In Amsterdam? No, I don't
No,
remember.
this was in Toronto off the CN Tower, the highest building in Toronto. Me and Remo and all these people.
No, I
Because we
met you
all went to
guys.
dinner and you were there.
Yes. Dude, I met you in the lobby there, and then remember I started playing the piano out of nowhere because we were
Yes.
just waiting forever, and I was like, "Ooh, piano, let's rip, let's go." And I just popped in it, and
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I do remember that. That was fun.
I
That
have
was a cool.
pictures of that. That was like some Master Chef's restaurant that we went to. He was like one of the Master Chefs with like Gordon Ramsay and some other dude in Toronto. It was like a Michelin star restaurant. But
It
before
was.
that, I snuck a vape pen to the top of the CN Tower, and Remo and I got high, hanging by a cable from our backs off of the fucking like off of the fucking building. Like you lean forward at like 60 degrees. It was super weird, dude. We had these outfits on. They were searching us so hard because they don't like people, like anything that comes up there that could fall could like seriously kill someone. So it's really dangerous. And apparently, some porn star had tried to sneak a dildo up there the week prior. And the guy that like was, yeah, I guess she was going to do something with it. I don't know. But the guy that caught it was the guy searching us. He's like, yeah, I don't let anything go through. And he searched us so hard. Well, then he watched us religiously, found it wasn't me. I got my hit out of the vape pen. And I can't remember if it was Ramo or so. I feel like it was someone else who just hit it like an idiot, got caught and got it taken. And then the guy was like, you guys are in big trouble. Like, we're going to have to process you. We might end up calling the police, blah, 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 blah. And I just pulled him in and I said, listen, man, like, you should just keep that vape pen because this looks really bad on you. Like, first the girl with the dildo, now the guys with the vape pen. I would just keep this hush hush. Take the vape pen. You don't have to talk about it. And that's exactly what he did. He didn't want to rat himself out, but he did a shitty job because he searched us 4 times. They put this onesie outfit on you that looks like you're pumping gas at Domo. And then they like tape your legs and your wrists. And they really don't want you having access to pockets, and they don't want you having access to anything that could be dropped off of the CN Tower. You can look up how tall the CN Tower is, but it's super fucking tall.
Yeah, that's equivalent to what we call going Australian when you jump off of something. You do it
Going
face
Australian.
forward, that's Australian. You do it backwards, that's just regular, belay, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah. Static
But we were
jumping.
Australian. We were leaning forward off the building. I
Oh,
have
you were
pictures
very
of
much
it.
in the Australian mode. Yeah.
I have pictures of it. In fact, we got a lot of pictures. We bought all the pictures, and then I have pictures of like meeting up with Colin, and I'll have to get those pictures and post them on social media, dude. Like, we really should be going through our old pictures, and even in the Hash Church group, dude. Just go into the Facebook Hash Church group and post some of these pictures, man. Because both of you, like, fuck, I know Etienne has epic ones as well, where he's. It's weird that I didn't know Etienne when he was younger because I remember him. I remember seeing him. I just like, we were so not connected to the High Times people. Like, we couldn't have felt more alienated by the High Times people when we went to the Cups. We weren't in. We weren't asked to judge. We weren't asked to be a part of things. We were basically ignored by them for years. And then, with me, it even was crazier because I did the bubble bags. And to this day, everyone thinks I stole these bags from Mila. They don't know the true story of how it all happened, which it's a really interesting story. And there was a bunch of different people that did a bunch of different things. But I like the accurate story. And it's just wild to think that I had a hard time in Amsterdam for the first 10 years I went there. I was not welcome. I ended up making dear friends, and thank God that Rob and Michael Rich and Dave Watson welcomed me with open arms. Adam Dunn and Doug as well. Those were kind of my people. The local Dutch people, I had an incredible time getting in with. Very difficult time because of the loyalty to Mila. And it was best to not be my friend back then if you were
Oh,
Dutch and in the
right.
cannabis industry.
You got that kind of stigma. See,
Same.
I didn't have that as much.
It was a lot. It was a lot.
I got married at the High Times Cannabis Cup in '95.
I was there.
And that was very surreal because my ex-wife and I were like, well, we're going to Amsterdam. Why don't we just get married at the Cannabis Cup? And we just called up High Times. We're like, so you cool with people getting married? They're like, oh, shit. Yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, we want that.
That
And,
is cool.
Adam and them made my wedding cake. His mom made my wedding cake. And my
Yeah,
wedding cake
Ace.
had,
I remember.
yeah, it had 1.5 pounds of trichomes in it, which was he didn't tell me until after I'd eaten like a piece of it, right? And he's like,
Dude,
"Oh,
there
I
was a
wouldn't
whole
go
issue with that cake.
Oh, dude. Oh, Jack Herrera. Everybody got. We all were too wasted from that
Like
cake. The
sick.
next day,
I
everybody
saw
was.
people throw up from that
Yeah,
cake,
we were
dude.
all. Well, that's the thing. One of my friends, him and his wife, because of course in the Netherlands, if you're not aware, people, they don't have like double-sized beds, so they had single bed, and in between, him and his wife kept a garbage can because they kept throwing up. And one time she kept too long there, and he ended up throwing up on the back of her head. Which,
Holy
yeah,
shit, dude. No, that was
yeah, it
serious,
was,
dude. That was
yeah.
serious. So I remember
And
it.
then
I was on the outskirts of it, kind of watching, but not really a part of it.
somebody gifted me like 50 Cuban cigars, so we rolled a whole bunch of Cuban blunts. Of course,
Wow.
we unrolled the front end.
Yeah.
We went to Barney's the next day for one of their classic 3.5 hour breakfasts, right?
Breakfasts. Yeah. Yeah. I was
When
probably
I
there for
tell you,
part of it.
well, the breakfast would, you'd make your order, and about an hour and a hour and a half later, your appetizer would show up in front of you.
Oh no. And it was not in the best place. Like the front street was
No,
small and the
it was
sidewalk was
tiny.
small. There wasn't a lot of places to go outside of Barney's and like wait around. If you were like an American dude that weighed 280 pounds and you were standing out on the street, nobody could get by. Like literally, that's how tiny the street was. So it was
Yeah,
kind of like I
and
liked
it's
Barney's and I disliked
freezing,
Barney's simultaneously.
right? And it's freezing, right? Because High
It's
Times was
raining and yeah,
they did it during November, which unfortunately is one
Thanksgiving.
of those months that the Dutch take off, which means half of everything is closed, half of everything is not available to you, and on top of that, you've got back then we had 1,500 Americans trying to pile into coffee shops that had, a human limit of 10. A lot of
Right.
that,
Dude.
you know.
And in our defense, like a lot of Americans that came to the Cannabis Cup were pretty big. So
Oh
it was
yeah.
like this revelation of like there is no space here. And not like the Dutch aren't big, but the Dutch are tall. They're not tall
They're a
and
narrow
big.
folk.
They're a narrow, tall folk. And it was like I remember a lot of my friends. I remember one of my friends who's very large. He was over 300 pounds. He
Ooh.
landed at the airport in Holland. And back in the 90s, they would rob people
Oh
at the
yeah.
airport. And if you were a big guy, it was a real easy deal because you'd sit your bags down and you'd just stop for a second and try to think. And you were just inside Schiphol before you go outside to the cabs. And
Which
someone
is very
might do one of
confusing.
these. They might do one of these. And now, as a big guy, you go like this and turn around. They've already got your bags and are running 100 feet away.
Yeah.
Backpack, my buddy lost his computer, passport, video camera. It was like 20 grand worth of shit this poor bastard lost. I felt so bad for him. I got to shout him out though. He kept such a positive vibe through that entire cannabis. This was day one landing at the airport.
Oh,
Everything is gone. So he's like,
ouch.
"Oh, I'm just going to call my guy that helps me, and I'll get him kind of working on the passport, and then I'm just going to enjoy the next couple of days of the cup, and then once it kind of ends, I'm still here for a few days. I'll just figure it out then." And I was just like, "Who are you? And like, will you teach me your ways?" Because I
Yeah,
would
I
have
need this
lost my
Zen in my life.
shit, dude. I need this. I would have been the opposite of like, this is what you don't do when you get robbed in Amsterdam. I was very I knew one of the scams in Amsterdam is when you stayed in the cheaper hotels that the crackheads had copied the keys to some of those hotels and they would sit out front and they would wait for you to show up and you'd go up to your room. They'd see you on the second floor in your room. You'd drop your bags. You'd come back down and start, I'm going to go out to the city, buy some weed, get some pizza, check it out. Well, they just go right up to your room with the key, open it up, take your shit. This was before fobs. These were actual
Right.
keys to the room, right? And like old, like 1800 keys that were like what a key used to look like, but now it only looks like that in like a game of Magic or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
losing a
shit
passport
like
is
that was
horrible.
real, man. I remember I caught a guy with a pickpocketer in my ex-wife's fucking bag, and
Put his
literally
hand in her bag.
like elbow down in her fucking bag, and I'm like,
Oh,
dude, and he wanted to go at it, and yeah, I was ready to go at it. I'm like, I'm ex-military, motherfucker. He's like, oh, he ran
yeah,
off.
probably
Yeah,
not a good
I know
idea to mess with
things.
it. Yeah,
No, 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 no.
I know things, he says.
Yeah, yeah. I know things. Military trained. You don't tell somebody, the military spends on average about $1 million training me, just so you're aware. And they're like, wait, what?
Wait, what? Holy shit, this is gonna be drying for like it's the thickest ice I've seen in my freeze dryer. I'm so type A that I want to smash it out of the freeze dryer, but I can't pull the shelving unit out because it's frozen in. The ice is like 2 inches up below the feet of the thing, so it's like there's no getting it out. So I'm gonna have to defrost it for like I would bet 2 hours of defrosting, which is fine. We've got a couple more hours left here.
So this is part of the unpredictability of the process.
Well, you know that everything you change and everything you do differently will have repercussions. Now, I knew I was coming in on a Sunday, so I'm not really worried about it. I had a couple of other things I wanted to take apart the motor belt drive on my Whistler Tech and check to see if one of my belts is chipped, because when I go in one particular direction, it's knocking a slight bit and it sounds like it's missing a tooth. When I turn it in the other direction, because I guess the belts are double, they're both ways, it goes the other direction perfect and there's no knocking. So I'm guessing there's just a chip out of one of the rubber teeth and it does this like gung 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 gung, and it's terrifying. The sound of that when you put 5,000 dried grams of material into your thing in the morning and you turn it on, it's going boom 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 boom. You're like, holy shit. And then you like turn it in the opposite direction and there's no sound. You're like, all right, that's good for a bit.
Yeah, Marcus, I just found the email from the French customs agent that let me out from the High Times Cannabis Cup.
Oh, right. That's when you left from me and went to France? Or were you leaving Amsterdam going to France with your band?
Yeah, we were like going. Yeah.
On
we
the
were going
train?
no, we had
You had a van, right?
we had a van, a Sprinter, right? And we were going through the Isle of Wight, and we went through that. Yeah, we just went through, and I was like literally in line, and I was like pulled out a bunch of samples from, because you're leaving, everyone's like, yo, take this, try that, take this, and you're like, okay.
Not to France.
Yeah,
Not-
but I'm all
not
excited at the
France.
time, thinking I could, get away with whatever. And like my bandmate and I would, like, every time we'd stop, we'd like get out and smoke a bowl, and we would just like do that all the way until the thing, and then we like concealed everything. We got our passports stamped. Like, that's the funny thing. And I literally was in line, and I was like in I was like in the back, like about to roll like something up because we were gonna get on the ferry. And that's when we got the knock on the side from the agents that were just like in line, I guess, like canvassing the line. And that's we just got pulled, like the bus got pulled in with all our equipment on, and like the whole thing got lifted up. Like it was a lot of time spent with these guys. It was really funny. Spezzy cheeks, as we say.
Yes, les Français.
C'est bon.
Monsieur Capitaine.
Yeah.
Spread those ankles, monsieur.
Marcus,
Dude,
I just sent you the screenshot that I had. It's like, hello, I'm the French custom. Do you remember me? And I said, ha ha ha, I do. After that close encounter. Thanks for your help and being cool about all that. Let me know if you make it to New York.
What, you become friends with them?
Dude, I had to, man. We were going, dude, it was serious. Like, the amount of herb it had on us was not okay.
Yeah, well, that's amazing because the French are not an agreeable lot. They don't generally want to make friends with the people they're busting.
No, and
Listen,
especially people with cannabis.
if
Yeah,
you talk to
especially.
my bandmates, you'll I was out there smoking cigarettes like it was weed. I was like, yeah, guys, so like, what do we do? Like, what kind of art do you like? I was like,
Oh my God, dude.
it was
fucking funny.
like whatever. I mean, I got somehow clicked with this one guy, Brian, and he was like, he looked at me and he was like, we were in the room and he was like, is this yours? And because he pitted us all against each other, and it is funny because none of us actually ratted each other out. It's just like it came to this point where he's like, if you tell me this bowl and this little nugget is yours, I'm like, you can have it. And I'm like, this is weird. Like, why are you doing this? Like, because if I say that's mine, then I'm going to jail right now. He says, not necessarily. I want the truth. That's what I want. If you give me the
All
truth, I'll
right.
give you what you want. And I
Yeah,
just
but
was like,
everything I say can and will be used against me. So what about that,
100%.
mister? What about that?
So he was like, look, I really like you. I want to stay in touch. And I was like, all right, cool.
Oh,
So
isn't that
I really like you.
sweet?
here
What
we
do you think he
go.
Would
was
you like
gay,
an
maybe?
autograph?
Oh, dude, it was late.
Would you like an autograph 45, sir?
Was he
So
looking to hook
he
up or what?
no, he was just like, look, I'm gonna go to the US with my girlfriend. I want to go to New York. And I was like, I know, we live in New York. So we
Right.
started chatting and we started like talking about shows and music and art. And then he just like packs the bowl and he like pushes it across the table. And he's like, that's yours, but I want you to tell me it's yours and you can keep it.
Weird, weird.
So I ended up being like, all right, man, look, that's my ball, that's my weed. And I take the ball and he goes, okay, thank you for being honest. You all can go now. The next ferry is at 7 a.m. That's for you to use, but I want you to throw it into the water when you're done.
He's the
And
weirdest
he gave
fucking
me my lighter,
encounter
let
ever.
us go. All of my music equipment, I have photos of like all my music equipment, like taken apart, like drum parts. Like they thought we were like smuggling like a lot of material because
Mm.
we had like 3 or 4 ounces
Fans, they do
of
that.
earth.
Yes, they do have that vision
They
where
thought
they
we were doing a lot more than we were. So it was a really, I don't know, it's really funny because looking at this email, it's just really funny.
hey,
Oh
you want to
man,
hook
yeah.
up? It's like, no, I don't actually.
It's
No.
somebody on tour was always either the seller or the dealer. On one tour, it was the bass tech for one band. Another, it was the guitar tech. Another one, it was the drum tech. Get, rock and roll always travels with cannabis. It doesn't not.
True, true.
Brian D. Trollet.
This
Yeah.
is true,
Yeah.
my friend.
Thank
This
you,
is
Brian,
true.
for letting us free, my friend. For
What's his
giving me
last
that
name?
ball. I sent you the screenshot. It's
No, you just said it though.
T
Latrella or
Tollet. Tollett.
Tolett? Toilette? Wow, that's
Tollett.
really, really close to toilet.
Right.
Yeah, I would be.
That's
That'd
a
be no
Lou
shit.
over
That guy
there.
became.
Brained toilet.
No, not in France. It's not. It's a toilette.
A toilette.
A toilette.
At
C'est
the
où le
Toilette.
toilet.
toilette? C'est où le toilette?
Yeah, that
That's a
was
dinkies.
quite the experience though. But that was when I was coming back from that show. It's really funny.
Crazy, dude. Yeah, life is fucking hilarious, dude. Was
It
that the
really
first
is.
time we met in person?
Yeah. I remember walking with you throughout Amsterdam and you just like look at me and you're like, you have no idea where you are right now, do you? I said, no, I don't. I have no clue. And yeah,
That's a city where that happens often.
yeah.
What year was that we met?
2010, I want to say. Does that
Okay, so
sound right?
I've been going there for about 15 years. That's why I said that. Because it took me probably 12 years to know where I was.
Yeah, I just remember walking around and then I got lost actually because it's a circle, right? And your friends
Horseshoe, yeah.
that you were with, they ended up like literally running into me. And they're like, dude, are you lost? I'm like, yeah, man, like I've just been walking and I have no idea where I'm going right now. And it was super late. It was like super late. And I was like, I just need to get back to my spot to go to bed, man. I'm so tired. So yeah, they helped me out.
That's
That's
awesome.
funny.
Hell yeah.
That was funny.
The good old days.
Yes,
Going to
sir.
Amsterdam. I miss it. I do. I miss it. It was very fun. And it's just, it's doesn't exist like that anymore. It's not a thing that exists in the same way. So it's just fucking trippy. It's weird when things change so much in life
Yeah.
that you don't even realize it until it happens. I remember when they came in and busted everyone at the Cannabis Cup in like 2012 or whatever it was. I remember being like, "Oh, okay, like this is This is changing.
Dude, that was the year I just left. I had literally just got in the van and left, and 2 hours later they busted.
Oh, I heard all about, yeah, from friends of mine who went. Yeah, it was bad.
That was that same year, dude.
They went to
Yeah,
my
it was.
booth first. I was the first booth searched, and I was like the farthest booth from the door. So it's not like they walked in the door and went to a booth. They walked in the door, had to walk all the way to the end corner, and then we were the second last table. And they came and searched our booth. And I'll never forget it because Dougie was so happy that he had nothing at his booth, and I had to remind him that his buddy on acid had put like pounds or kilos in a giant 5-gallon like seal bucket that you have to push a button to open. I've told the story before. It was ridiculous and hilarious, and I just trying to watch the huge Dutch cop pulling this thing and getting it like that close to opening, and then having it sucked back, and Doug just standing there going, "I'm not showing him how to fucking open that." Because he was so happy that he had no weed. And I was like, dude, I hate to tell you, but you know your buddy who's all spun on acid? Like, I watched him put all his weed behind your booth. And he was just like, oh my God, please tell me you're joking. Doug went through the courts for like 2 years over that.
Yeah.
And Mila was
That was the
arrested on the
best.
spot. Mila got taken away they did our booth, and they went over to Mila's, and she was put in handcuffs and taken away. I remember seeing it happen. I was like, holy shit. This
I
is
remember
fucking
speaking to
crazy.
Summa behind the distinctively speaking to Summa and having a conversation about genetics with him right before he got on stage to talk.
Oh yeah.
And you had gotten herb from him for us to smoke, actually. I remember.
Probably for you to smoke.
Yeah. Yep.
Or
Yeah, you're like,
us,
yeah,
as in your crew.
yep. Yep. I remember that because we went up to the apartment you were in.
At the
And
Krasnopolsky.
yes. And I remember going up some weird hallways with Ben and Ross. And
Yeah, you had to
yeah.
go through the kitchen.
Yeah, it was bizarre. It was cool, but it was different.
It was
Um,
definitely different. People are like, where the
um
fuck are you staying here, dude?
yeah,
My secret
totally.
spot. The
Yeah, it was cool.
Krasnopolskis.
And then I remember you were like, there was these guys in there asking me for genetics, and you're like, you took me aside. You're like, listen, dude, do not give this guy genetics. I'll
I
never
wonder who
forget
that
that.
was.
I don't know why. It was this guy with a dark hair. Yeah, I can't remember at this point, but it was a long time ago.
He didn't pass the muster, I guess.
No,
God
you
damn
said
it.
he was something. He worked with somebody that was, I don't know. It's one of those ones,
He
didn't
was on the
pencil in.
list.
He was,
He
yeah,
was on the list. He didn't pencil in.
yeah.
That's fucking awesome. Oh my God. My computer
Yeah.
is getting destroyed by resin. It's fucking bad, guys. Like, it's bad.
Oh yeah, I
Listen,
had
it's
one of my
good.
computers cleaned out once, and they're like, do you want this to smoke, or should we just toss this out afterwards?" I was like, I don't know. That looks kind of
Oh,
good.
Chris Farley, baby. Chris Carley? Chris Carley? Oh
down by the
shit.
river in a van? Is that what we're talking about?
No, someone in chat said rip RIP Chris Farley.
Yeah, they were talking about him earlier. Someone was talking about him. Someone was
Is it
saying,
his anniversary of his passing?
it possibly could be. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know, man. I don't
What a
know the
legend, that man.
anniversary. Yeah, he was a hurting dude, though. Really, it's too bad that all our legends are like suffering so badly with mental health, and all we can do is laugh at them like jesters instead of fucking figure out helping them so that they stay longer. A lot of the funniest people are like that, you know. They got like real issues that they could use some help with, but yeah, doesn't happen.
Oh yeah, a lot of the great
Nice
ones are all
people
come from
and funny
trauma.
people.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Trauma
The
makes you a
nice
funny motherfucker.
It sure can. It sure can. I have no doubt about that. Let me see if this thing's melted enough that I can start popping off some of these. Oh my God, dude, this is so insane.
It's a shame there's been no real international competition that's taken over in High Times Place, because it was a great way to finally see everybody. The closest thing, of course, was Spanibus in Barcelona, but yeah, that's of course gone now. I mean, it is in Bilbao, but it's just not the same kind of a feel in Bilbao as there is in Barcelona. No offense to my Basque people, I love them and I love
Oh,
Bilbao and San Sebastian. However, yeah, it's just
Mm.
really surprising that the Dutch didn't take over and or somebody like Aryan or somebody else and kind of take it over and keep it going. I know like Annie Rican was the one who really coordinated it and that coordination is already there, that it never lived on past High Times, I guess, is it was an American thing, but at the same time it was also an international thing. It was a rare time when I could run into people like you and others that we could all be in the same place at the same time celebrating cannabis. But we also know that the High Times Cannabis Cup was flawed. We also know that there were also shenanigans and people getting each other busted behind the scenes, and a lot of fucked up shit happened there too. So I'm just stating I'm surprised there's nowhere in the world that's really taken up that.
well, they
Um,
can't. It's too many different places now. Amsterdam had it as an exclusive, so it was the only place to go. If you look at any of these events, like Spanibus was Lafayette Highlight, and they split, and then they did Lafayette, and they did Spanibus, and there was one in Germany in Dortmund called Cannabusiness, and then that turned into two separate ones because the partners split up, and then they did two separate events in Germany, one after the other, sometimes within 2 weeks of one another. The Burn Cannabusiness, the what happened with all of them was the partners end up wanting to do the same thing. They split the event, and now it's like there's two events, and people have to choose which one to go to. Well, now there's 150 that the people can choose to go to, and none of them are really the one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I think Marcus is saying it right. It's a well, the culture's gotten so much bigger too. No, cannabis plant is being grown on more continents and more places than it ever has been, right? I think that's
yeah, oh yeah,
another thing,
no,
right?
that's
So I
that's
think
that's crucial.
it
I judged
yeah,
in
which
South
is
Africa last year. I'm going to be
Yeah, you
judging in
did.
South Africa in a couple of months here again for the Amber Cup, which is their actual hash competition, right? So,
yeah.
there are those that are around the world, but none that it was globally that seems to be coalescing people like High Times used to. But as Marcus said, that, was pretty much an Amsterdam thing that I'm surprised Barcelona didn't do something. I mean, I have judged in Barcelona for headquarters. They had their own thing back in 2017, but it wasn't anything that was national or because all the cups, all the places are privatized the same way in Amsterdam, but they don't work together the same way that the Dutch coffee shops do. The Dutch coffee
No.
people learned early and often to work together and to lobby together and to meet together regularly. So they were always talking the same language when they were lobbying. Whereas I have not seen that coalition built in Barcelona. I haven't seen anybody really attempt it, so I don't know that that hasn't happened behind the scenes. But
No.
I haven't seen that type of camaraderie. Everybody is really fighting for themselves, and it's the same way as the Dutch coffee shop scene was. But whereas the Dutch coffee shop, you can be out in the sense you can't advertise, but you can have a building and a billboard. I mean, out front of your, a signage and all that to welcome people in. Whereas in Barcelona, it's very much hidden still, right? In the sense it's usually a blank facade with a camera you get buzzed into, right? It's not something that is allowed. And currently, I'm aware there is a series of crackdowns that are going on right now in Barcelona because the current
Oh,
mayor
yeah.
is anti-cannabis. And
Wants to
so,
end it.
right. So stay strong, our
Too
people in
bad.
Barcelona,
It really is too bad. know.
It's a shame that they can't
The,
see
the last few Spanabuses, I got paranoid because I'd roll up, I'd get like 60 grams of rosin given to me for the Masters of Rosin in a small little Pelican case, which is way too much fucking rosin to be walking around fucking Barcelona with.
right.
And then, you know, you'd go to the private club and you'd be all like, oh, this is great. I'm from Canada. This is cool. And you go into the private club and smoke and have fun. And then you go to leave and you just go to leave. And the guy's like, hey, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm just leaving now. He's like, just a second. And now all of a sudden there's this paranoid vibe. And he's looking out the window and he's looking on the camera and he's got this vibe. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck is going on? It's like, oh, LaGuardia. Like sometimes they watch and make sure you don't stop when you leave. Don't smoke any joints. Like, holy fuck, dude, am I about to get arrested when I leave your place? Like, this is not the vibe I need to be going through after pure enjoyment of enjoying these beautiful fucking clubs that these Spaniards have put together for the people. But I'm so fucking done and over with paranoia. Fuck that shit. You do not want to get arrested in a different country. You don't want to have your passport taken and have the police bring you in and fingerprint you. Like, these are not good things. And so it's like, I love the idea of fighting for cannabis and civil disobedience. But at the same time, the last thing I want when I'm in and out, I follow the rules so closely in the US. I go to Michigan and then I'm asking people, do you know what you're allowed to have? Do you know what the rules are for driving? Do you know? None of them know anything. I'm like, you should really learn these rules. Like, these are fucking important. Like, maybe you won't get kicked out of the country if you break one of these rules, but I will. So I'm like, what's in your car before I get in with the sales team? Like, oh, we've got samples. Are all of these samples through Metric? Do you have a license to have all of these samples in the car right now? Because if you don't, I don't need to be here. You know what I mean? Like, I fucking fought
Not
for.
worth the hassle.
It's not worth 28 more years of not coming to the country, dude. I'm so grateful that I get to come to the US. I could just jump on a plane and go see Etienne right now. I could just go right down to San Francisco and go see Etienne. I could go fly over to New York or Massachusetts and see Colin. Like, I wasn't able to do this. And I don't think people understand what it's like to have that feeling of like, yeah, you can't do this. Like, you can't, like, it's not even on the table. You just cannot do this.
New
It's,
York used to
it's
be
weird.
like that, you know, like you couldn't really use cannabis anywhere without fear of being arrested for at least the night.
New York's got better laws than California now. How weird is that?
Yeah. Well, it's policy, you know. I think it's just time and policy. I mean, you know, there's a time when, you know, the Rockefeller law, there's a cabaret license, you couldn't dance.
Right.
You know, people don't realize that. That's why underground raves existed in New York City, right? Because
Well,
kids
they
wanted
also used to go
dance.
around with measuring tape on the beaches too, right?
Yeah.
To measure bikinis.
Yep. So, you know, there's a lot of laws. Damn. She eat that.
It's thick.
That's what she said.
Oh my God. You're pulling Dr. David Allen jokes out on us there, Etienne?
Hey, missed that, man. Had to pull one of
He hit me up the other day. I didn't finish what he wrote me something. I got to get back to him.
You had to bring drunk uncle back in, huh?
Dude, I do love Drunk Uncle. Like, I do have love for Drunk Uncle. Still to this day, he's like, oh, come on, that wasn't a bad joke. I'm like, it was pretty bad.
Dude,
Like,
that was pretty bad.
It
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's generational changes. They happened.
Yes.
That's it, you know. But, you know, everyone's got to have that trippy. That's probably Dr. David Allen hitting me up right now. I wouldn't even be surprised. No. That was the Dragonflies. The medicine people. The medicine people.
Love you, Josh
That
Kelly.
man lives in the deep south is another amazing anomaly in the world.
Well, that is exactly it. Thank you for recognizing that, Etienne. He is in Mississippi.
Yeah, and my sister lives there, and I don't go there.
I don't go there.
I'm from Louisiana, and even I get nervous in Mississippi. I'm white.
That's wild.
And
Dude.
racism's bad. It's just there's good
He's the
people
bluesman.
too, but you know, it's tough. Deep South is tough.
Well, you know
Yeah.
what? You get rid of racism, and then all you do is create the new division, right? The new division of like the left and the right, and then I don't know what the word is, but the left hates the right like they're racist, and the right hates the left like they're racist. It's so fucking
well,
crazy.
you have to understand. I'll just paint the picture for you. Driving
Oh.
from New Orleans to Jackson,
Oh.
there's three flags you see. There's the old Mississippi flag with the stars and bars.
Yep.
There's the new Mississippi flag, and then the flag you see the most is
The General Lee.
it's the Christian nationalist flag, which
Oh,
is
fuck.
the white flag with the blue where the blue is for the American flag with a red fucking cross in it. And you will
I don't think
see
I've ever seen
those.
that one.
Oh, well, you haven't been through Mississippi, my friend.
Dread
You'll see
Smokes
those.
Weed says, I'm from South Carolina. It's bad down there.
Yeah, right. Where men are men and sheep are nervous, as we say.
Or men are
It's
what?
Men are men and sheep are nervous.
Jesus. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So don't go there right away. Is that what you guys are saying? Like maybe hold off
You
on
know.
listening to
I
I
Dr.
had a
David
don't know.
Dr.
John?
Allen joke there, but I'll refrain.
Oh
So
my God.
my question to Dread is like, is it just the stigma down there is just kind of still crazy? Like people just look, it's like it's weed is bad, it's a drug kind of thought. Because
There's
it
a lot
might.
of brainwashing, there's a lot of successful brainwashing, but there's a lot of people who have learned because
Hell
they
yeah.
kind of grew up the same
That's
as
kind of place to have it.
moonshiners in that sense that they have learned to hide it. They don't talk about it with anybody. They just do it. I met people from North Carolina out in Boone, and they grew some amazing cannabis, but you'd have no idea. This guy looks like a redneck, drives a truck, speaks redneck fluently, and you'd have no idea unless he decided to let you know and into his garden. His garden, fucking world class. His bud, fucking world class. And you'd have no idea that that was growing in this little holler out there in Boone, and he got friends, and them friends also grow, and they grew great fucking weed. I'm talking like solid fist-sized dried buds, consistent pine cones, which, hey, it's so they're there, they exist, but they're such a small minority, and they have also have to be clandestine because the time there is serious and it's
Yeah.
long, and they can't live
That's how
without
it
their
was in New
cannabis.
York.
So they'd rather grow it and do it themselves than get caught buying it for somebody else. And they just share
That's
it
the
in
way it was.
family. They don't even share it with friends. It's just in family, period.
Got it.
So there's that
That's cool.
it's a small percentage that exists, but I bet you there's people in chat, in chat that know exactly what I'm talking about, that know these small little enclaves of cannabis that do exist in these godforsaken places that have the most horrendous cannabis laws because they don't have a choice. And they've just learned, thanks to High Times and others, and thanks to Bubble Man and other people, and having these types of tools available, they can roll local more so now so than ever, because back in the day they used to just, what do we used to do with our leaf? We tossed it. We didn't have any use for our fucking leaf,
Ah.
until I know that you say that now, but again, before you had bubble bags and before you knew that, everybody did the same. No, and you kept it, mixed it in with your
Dude,
smoke, but
peop-
that was it.
no, people used to like keep their trim like just laying around. They didn't even do anything with it
They didn't know what to do with. They
for
were hoping
decades,
one day to
man.
have something, right?
Well,
We would
serious
go up.
people got rid of it because they knew it was weight and they were growing hundreds of kilos of it. So it was like
Correct.
they would go out to like
Yeah, they,
trails and logging roads and
yep,
then
and
dump
just,
this shit,
yep.
which was
Or
like you
or
could
they
back in the
actually
day
have
you
a
could find.
construction site and will
Bro,
actually
we would just
bulldoze
go
it
up and
themselves.
like barter with them and just grab it and then go make a bunch of hash with it. So
Yep. I'll tell you
Oh,
that is how we change the world in North America because trim is not thrown away anymore since bubble bags.
no,
That's the one
no.
thing we can say we had an effect on.
Oh, hands down, you changed the trim game forever, especially of all excess leaf. Everybody I
crash in the
know now.
stash, baby.
Yeah.
Crash into stash. Yeah.
Yeah, once people figured that out, that they could do it well, once they figured out how to do it with leaf, and then they realized that they had to do it with sugar leaf, because then I know lots of
Yes.
people who spent time making
That's
bad
what I'm
hash
using.
with.
Did I show you what I'm making my material with? I think you missed that. Okay.
Oh no, please! I love pot porn,
Boom.
cannabis porn for the win.
Boom.
Oh, dude, we have a great fucking place.
It's pretty good. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, okay? Let me just get this all opened up here. Let me make sure it's all open. Oh, that's not the one I want. This is the one I want. This is the one I want.
I have that same freezer.
Yeah, you know you're serious when you got locks on your. Oh, there we go. Daddy
Right.
went bunny with
Ah,
yummy.
ah.
Santa Claus sacks. Look at that.
Right?
You see the resin?
Santa.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
impossible not to.
Ah, ah. This is
Look at
about
that future hash.
25 pounds. Let's
Of
see
Santa
what we
Claus
got over
sacks.
here. There's a much smaller one on the bottom. I should probably get that out from the bottom and put this one. Holy shit. Ah, okay. This one has some hash on the bottom too, if you noticed.
A little.
Look
A
at
wee
that.
little. Right?
That's fucking nuts to be like, yeah, look at that. You know, it's just trim. Trim's bunk. Trim's not worth running. Oh, yeah? Are you sure? Because that is fucking hashish. I've already done the work. The hash is already off the fucking trim. All I have to do is filter this through a screen. Jesus is right, Blazing Tagger. This is fucking mental. You do understand that you do not see this at the bottom of every trim bag. This is what you
No.
call high quality sugar trim.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
And what varietals are those?
this is Dante's Inferno. It's like an Oreo's cross. Not the biggest, like best nose, but a real dumper. And not a bad nose, but just not, you know, you get these people, whenever you hear someone say, oh, it doesn't have a good nose, those guys are like, they're fruit guys, right? They're like the
Right.
strawberry banana and the Skittles and the, you know, they're into esters. They don't even know it that they're into esters because esters are so responsible for those apple and banana and sort of fruity flavors that you get. If you look that up on, you can do a ChatGPT check and it'll give you a really good sort of breakdown on the difference between esters and you know, some of the other volatile organic compounds. Let's see here. There we go. I'll give you a quick little esters breakdown. They're lesser known, but extremely important part of cannabis aroma, especially the sweet, fruity, and tropical notes found in exceptional flower and live hash rosin. Chemically, an ester is generally formed when an organic acid combines with an alcohol. Many are highly volatile and have powerful aromas even when present in tiny concentrations. And they're responsible for much of the fruit characters in bananas, apples, strawberries, pineapples, and wine. It obviously comes from the grapes. In cannabis, think of the aroma like this. Terpenes provide much of the broad background: citrus, pine, floral, wood, and herbal. Esters can add specifically fruit notes: apple, berry, pineapple, banana, pear, or candy. Volatile sulfur compounds, thiols and thiolates, can supply skunk, gas, garlic, and some extremely intense sort of tropical notes. Aldehydes, alcohol, and ketones and other minor compounds, they sort of fill out the overall profile. So a major 2023 investigation analyzed 31 different ice water hash rosins and detected approximately 30 esters. The researchers found that these minor non-terpenoid compounds helped explain why samples with relatively similar terpene profiles could smell completely different. Two examples were ethyl hexonate, which is a sweet, fruity, and apple-like, or propyl hexonate, which is blackberry or pineapple or more of a tropical fruit character. The quantities can be extremely small, but aroma is determined by both concentration and the compound's odor threshold. A trace compound with a very low threshold may influence your nose more than a terpene present at 100 times the the concentration. We've had this conversation before. The compounds also interact, so a particularly sort of strawberry or fruit punch expression may be an accord produced by several esters, sulfur compounds, and terpenes, not one molecule. And that was the ACS Omega study. I can put that up for you guys here in a bit. For hash making, this is especially relevant. Esters are volatile and may be vulnerable to heat during drying or pressing, long exposure to air, warm storage, excessive agitation and open handling, poorly sealed containers, and certain drying and analytical methods. So this helps explain why fresh frozen material And carefully made live hash rosin can possess an unusually bright, fresh fruit top note that disappears with careless drying. So hot pressing or extended warm storage. Some esters can also be formed, transformed, or hydrolyzed during plant metabolism and post-harvest processing. So curing doesn't simply preserve everything, it changes the chemical balance of molecules. One important distinction that I want to make is that cannabinoid acids such as THCA and CBDA are not esters. Also, THCO acetate is an artificially produced cannabinoid ester and is completely different from the natural occurring aroma esters that we've been discussing here. So the big takeaway is that terpene percentage is a very incomplete measurement of flavor quality. Two rosins may test similarly for limonene, myrcene, and caryophyllene, yet smell dramatically different because basically ordinary terpene panels generally don't measure the esters, the sulfur compounds, and other trace odorants that really drive their character. A newer scientific review similarly recognized esters alongside terpenes, aldehydes, ketones, and sulfur compounds, thiols and thiolates, as contributors to cannabis aroma, and that can be found in the 2025 Cannabis Aroma Review. So yeah, little interesting thing on esters. That is always good to share when we're here in the lab. I'm really loving this in the lab series. I don't know how many more Sundays I'm going to go to the lab, but it'd be cool one day to go to the lab, Paul, and get you in the lab, because Dr. Mark was talking about how he wants to do it in his lab, come in and do a full, PhD chemistry lab breakdown. I haven't seen Mark even text yet. Weird. I wonder how he's
Mark,
doing.
he's probably just trying to enjoy the last bit of summer out here on the East Coast, man. It's about
Yeah,
to
he
get
starts
cold.
school soon. It's true.
Yeah. So I think yeah.
He would have loved that, though. He would have had a lot to say about what was just said, and we're
Yes,
missing you for that, Dr.
for
Mark.
sure.
But I did just send him the link. Maybe he'll pop in. If not, we'll see him next Sunday. Who do I have coming in next Sunday? Tiens, Lele Dubois. You want to mention what we're going to be talking about next Sunday?
Yeah, well, I'm waiting to hear back from her, but her Humboldt Legacy group basically put together a study where they provided and were able to get skunk one genetics. And they took this skunk one genetic and gave it to various growers around Humboldt County. And afterwards, they took those and they lab tested it to see the differences in what we've been talking about for a while in terroir. And they were able to find that expression, and they've just presented their findings regarding it. So Lele has Dubois has been the overseer. So with that information out there, it's worth having that type of discussion, since they used a cut of course, our boy David Watson's skunk number one, and to use it through a series of growers around one particular area so that you can see the differences that come forth, that came forth scientifically. It's really one of the first of its kind that's been done. We've seen more than enough metadata studies, and I see in the VA all the time. This is one done by growers for growers, and it was all a bunch of people volunteering their time when they didn't have time to volunteer. And I think it's a pretty fascinating breakdown what we'll see and understand. I was fortunate to be a part of it, more of on the outside. I was not a grower, but the Veterans Action Council was part of it, and watching it all go down. And it's a fascinating process. So we want to bring in the actual mouth, bring in Lele and see if she has any other of the farmers that want to come and speak to, what they have done, and hopefully will inspire other regions to do the same, to show by growing everybody in the same season, the same genetic in their own natural environment, the uniqueness that each region's terroir does, from the top of the hill to the bottom of the hill to the middle of the hill to different elevations and longitudes
Oh,
and
yeah.
latitudes, and how and why they matter. And this is something that we saw with Champagne and other regional Madeira, other regional creations that have stood the test of time because of their unique terroir. And so with cannabis, this is the first real one done by the Emerald Triangle, which is world renowned for it, to show and explain why these skunk number ones are unique. And I think that's worthy of talking about, as well as the influence it can have, because it shows that it just takes a community organizer, and she'll explain how they did it and how we're able to coordinate by having tools like what we're on. We're on Zoom. Well, if you're able to get like 30 growers together on a Zoom, boy, you'd be amazed at what you can happen when you have that type of focus. And in this sense, the focus is strictly on trying to push the understanding of what terroir means and why. We've been talking about it long enough. Well, let's have real science that proves it. And so this is
Oh,
the
look, there's
first.
real science. He just came into the
There's
room. Real
there's
science
Dr.
just showed
Science
up.
right there. Dr. Cannabis
Yeah.
Science. Dr. Mark Cannabis Science Sheldon. There he is.
Yeah, I'm like a fourth form of matter, like plasma. I just occur if there's enough
Right?
science
And I
being
bet you if you
discussed.
flipped your camera around, there'd be spinners from the Grateful Dead show spinning around you, blowing smoke in your direction like Jerry, right?
That's me.
Yeah,
That's me.
no,
You guys are hilarious.
not
Welcome, Dr.
quite.
Mark.
Yay, welcome. I've been listening. Yeah, I love it. I had the link in my email, Marcus. But I like walking around the house, just doing chores. I was playing the guitar for a while, took the dog for a walk, just listening to Hash Church. I was in the chat the whole time. And yeah, man, I think this lab series is really cool. I'm excited. So let's talk about dates, Mark. We'll figure out like what a good date to do in the lab would be. I'm trying to think of like what would be a good demo. Like we could follow a reaction or something like that. We could look at
Yeah. Hydrolyze something,
isomerization.
hydrogenate something.
Well, we could look at like delta 8 isomerization. Like, everyone's always talking about delta 8, and it's like they don't realize is that delta 8 is just a degradation product of delta 9. And most delta 8, like if you measure delta 8's presence, it's probably just from isomerized delta 9. It doesn't occur in the plant at all. But I have a method that could basically follow the conversion of delta 8 and delta 9 back and forth. So that's kind of cool. I'm trying to think of like what else we can possibly do. One of the other things that would be cool to do would be, trying to distinguish between the cannabinoid acids and decarboxylated cannabinoids, like in a higher temperature process, right? Like in rosin, it's amazing because I think I did this back on Hash Church like many years ago. I want to say it was like almost 10 years ago. We took some rosin and we analyzed it and found it was mostly THCA and hardly any of it decarboxylated at all. And that was really surprising to us because a lot of us thought that we would see decarboxylated THC in rosin, but it's not. It's mostly THCA, at least under conditions that we did. So yeah, so that was back on Hash Church. So I'm trying to think like what would be a good laboratory episode to do.
Dude, anything. Like you don't think, but like as simple as anything. Like I didn't even know what, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go in. I'm going to put all my equipment together. I'm going to talk about putting the equipment together. I'm going to empty a freeze dryer and talk about how I sieve and filter and weigh and tear and measure and document all the resin. And then it's like, oh, now I've got frozen material that's in the freezer that needs to go in the freeze dryer. So I'll show that whole process of, just kind of like things that you take for granted of just going into your lab, maybe just going into your lab and showing how you validate the lab for the day. Like, do you go
Yeah.
in and do you have a checklist where you're going to check everything and clean everything? Maybe it was cleaned the day before.
Well,
All of those little things people will find interesting.
yeah, maybe something that people would find useful is like how to calibrate their machine properly so they could actually get a useful
Absolutely.
measurement. So we
Absolutely.
could maybe do an episode where we develop a calibration curve, and so the calibration curve would be something that you would have in your standardized method. So now all
Mhm.
your method needs to do is read the peak area or the peak size, and it could go right to that calibration curve and tell you what the concentration is. And so you look to see like how linear that calibration curve is, and you like to have something that's got, a correlation coefficient of, like 3 nines, 0.999999. That way, with high confidence that you could use that measurement and it could determine exactly what the concentration is. So
I
yeah, we
think
could
people
do.
would love it just to see you in your lab, a
Yeah.
day. I mean, honestly, like people would probably love seeing Etienne at like Berkeley Patients Group, like all of the things that
Yeah.
we do in our life, like giving people little glimpses of them inside the lab series. There's a lot of us that
Take
work
your
in
hash
labs.
shirts to work day, right?
Yeah, you know what? It kind of happened accidentally for me because I've been making so much hash lately, and my hash is dumping and it's pushing me back in because I only have one freeze dryer. Even though it's an extra large freeze dryer, I'm making so much fucking hash. It can't dry the hash fast enough. So I have another large to extra large freeze dryer coming next week, which will change everything up for me a little bit. And then you have little things like at one point, my guy, he turned my pump, and I hate these pumps, but I'm currently using them. He turned this pump at an angle, and when he did, this loosened by a fraction, right? Just a fraction. Well, the next day when I came in, the freeze dryer hadn't pulled vacuum and hadn't dried anything. So it pulled an entire day of sublimation into the
Right.
next day. So I'm like, dude, I got piles of freeze dryer trays in the fridge, in the freezer, stacking up like 2 on this shelf, 4 on that shelf, 6 on this shelf, 5 on this shelf. Well, holy fuck, dude, there's only 6 shelves that I have access to. So luckily the trays are very large. Today is that day. To me, Sunday is the day where I can catch up on all my freeze drying and sublimation, defrost the freeze dryer, get all that shit out of there, get all the hash that's dried into bags, and then get all the frozen hash back into a freeze dryer. So hopefully when I show up tomorrow and start pulling bags around 8 a.m., I have some, probably what'll happen is all the freeze dryer trays will go into this freezer. And around 2 p.m., I'll open the freeze dryer and hope to God that 100% of the hash is dry. Now, that generally doesn't happen because we're putting so much in, right? We're just like, the trays are like full.
And tune in tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for our next
Tune
episode
in tomorrow
as this hash dries.
as the head turns,
Lab
as the
church.
hash dries. Lab church, exactly. So,
Well, so like we were on last week, Marcus. Remember, like it was just me and you, I think, right? It was kind of like the para Mark episodes. So, where was all that hash that you made last week? Where is that now? Well, do you want to get it? There it is.
this is some of it. This is just some of the better grade of it.
Here's a sack of it.
Yeah, it's like 4 kilos or something. You can't really
Yeah.
tell, but it's a really, really like light color.
Yeah.
It's super light. Let me
Sacagawea.
Well,
Here.
that's that hash could be deadly if you drop it from the CN tower, right?
well, that's what they tell me. That's what they tell me, Dr. Mark. That's what I
Gravity
hear.
is always on.
So they don't let anybody with a big 4-kilogram pillow of hash up to the top of the building.
I'm just going to sprinkle it like fairy dust, I swear.
Oh my God. Every time I open and close this bag, it just blows hash
So
everywhere.
what would happen if we infused a
shit.
cloud with that hash? I kind of wonder.
Yeah, you could see
Seed the
rain,
cloud
right?
with all that hash,
Sure.
what would happen?
Sure. It's like any particulate. It would, see droplet formation and ultimately make it rain. I
My
can think of
God.
better things to do with that hash, though. Don't you
Yeah, I
think?
know. It was a dumb thought. It wasn't
I
an
could smoke
intelligent
that
thought.
hash.
You could seed cloud with freaking dirt.
You could seed mines with that hash. The true story.
Change
Snowing
hearts and lives.
trichomes. Shout out to Robert Carroll, another dude that was so receptive to when I came to Europe and just treated me like a brother from another mother. He's one of the greatest human beings. He's always in chat holding down Hash Church. And I just got to send love to Robert and the cows and the oranges down in the south of Spain where he is at. I hope I get to hang out with you
Valencia.
again soon, brother. One of the funnest
man.
people to fucking be silly with.
Yo, he came to the funeral and he was a sweetheart, man. He was awesome for David's. Yeah, it was what a guy, what a character. What a character. Yeah, he is
Robert Carroll is awesome.
he is rock and roll, alive and well and kicking.
Hey, he's fucking David Lee Roth when David Lee Roth was David Lee Roth.
Dude, he'd make David Lee Roth ashamed nowadays. Seriously.
Wow, dude. I can't even watch poor David. I'm like, dude, hang it up. Stop doing this.
My hands up. Let's go.
What you got going on, Colin? You got something to say?
I was just drinking my water and then just threw my hand up.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, you did. Oh
well
shit, we're getting
hydrated.
close.
I got something to
Close.
say. Everybody load up your bowls right now. Bong rip for
Bong rip,
everyone
mother
here.
lover?
Bro, in the
The
spirit of DK
loverest of
420.
mothers.
How good this resin looks, though. Come on, New York, you ready for this, dude? This is coming right to you.
Oh,
Let's see it. Let's see it.
what is that? What's that?
That looks like some rosin.
Double
What's that
OG
greasiness?
Chem.
Oh,
Double OG Chem number 3.
Oh yeah.
I like all the spatula divots I see in there.
right. I was about to
Oh.
say it's been sampled. It's been bioassayed pretty well.
Seems like everyone likes this jar.
yeah.
Those are my favorite jars.
Yeah, me
The
too.
jars that
It's
people
really-
love.
I brought some of this to CanMed, Dr. Mark. This is the one everyone's like, ooh, that tastes
Oh,
like
the
Z.
super booth. That was the
No,
super
I
booth.
brought some of this booth though, but I brought some of this too. This here, this little bit.
Man,
That
You
in
should
your
call
bowl.
that container the door because it's always ajar. Dad
And then
joke. Brought to you by Dad joke.
I appreciated it. I'm a dad.
Double OG Chem, really good varietal. Just super fire.
What makes it double OG?
Ooh, look at that frozen patty.
Do you need a piece of pizza?
Do you feel like freezing the patties loses terp values if you don't freeze dry it after you collect it?
If you don't freeze dry it after you collect it. Like, so
Like,
you're
meaning-
collecting patties, you're freezing them.
And like 24 hours later, you're like, oh, I didn't have room in the freeze dryer.
Right, sure.
I put them in the freezer for tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do I
That's what
think that
feel
it's losing terpenes?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a certain type of hash, like the highest grade where every little bit makes a difference, but
Yeah.
not with what I'm doing right now. I mean, obviously it's frozen, it's preserved. They stay in here
Yeah.
for about 48 hours.
Yeah.
I feel like I would have to dry the hash. Some does get dried immediately. I
Mhm.
don't feel like it has. This is also Dante's Inferno, so it doesn't have the loudest, nose. It doesn't have like many of those fruity esters. It doesn't really have like anything that's extremely loud. It's got a nice nose to it, but it's like a subtle nose. And maybe if I was running like strawberry bananas or something that was really, really volatile and terpy, I might see a bigger loss. I mean, certainly, they're not sealed in the freezer. I'm opening and closing the freezer. I'm putting things in and out of the freeze dryers, but that's the beauty of a full spectrum hash where it's like, like we're making this for the German and Swiss and UK market, and they're at a point where they're just new to this and they're not ready for 90 micron specific live hash rosin that's been done 2 or 3 60-second washes and immediately go, you know what I mean? All these crazy things that you can take it to, which I'm here for. I think it's great. I don't think it's economically viable to run a company like that. to be that's how you're just going to make your hash. It's like, holy shit, it's going to cost you like 5x on what it would cost you to make it any other way. So I'm constantly being pulled in both directions. This is very much a commercial hash production. Now, don't get me wrong. This hash is going to be 50 to 60% THC. It'll be a ripper. It'll tear people's heads off. It's just not going to be single micron, full melt bubble. Hopefully it's coming to the UK soon, James. I think this first batch is actually going. We've got Switzerland and Germany has gone on board before the UK, but UK is also brand new at doing this. So they've just only brought like maybe one batch of hash over from Canada so far. It's the first hash they brought into the country, and apparently it's sold out in an hour. And so that's kind of cool. There's a friend of mine in BC here who made all that hash. So what a cool thing to be able to say that, you made the first hash that ever went into the UK market, like in the legal UK market. Now, I'm not sure how overly stoked people are. I don't know if it's worth trying. You can ask James. Some people liked it. Some people didn't like it. If you're at some level of snobbery and you're buying commercial hash from the UK market, that's the first hash ever. Well, you have to understand there's a lot in play with regulations that sort of lead you down a pathway that's like no one is sending 5 kilos of 90 micron, live hash rosin to a country for their first export. They're going to try and do a traditional hash, or they're going to try and do a dry sift, or they're going to try and do a full spectrum bubble, because these countries don't even recognize these high levels of bars that are being set. And also, you're making hash for pharmacists to compound.
Yep.
So if you don't understand how they do their job and you think you're going to be like, I know how to do what I'm going to do, well, it doesn't line up with what they're going to do. So what we have to do is specifically gear up the product and get it ready for them. They need to have it a specific way. And so it doesn't matter how we want to do it. It matters how they need it to be, at least to get in. And you're right, James, we are setting the grade. We're going to definitely make some beautiful product. It will be very nice product. Will it be the best hash in the world? No, but it'll be exceptional product that is available to patients in the UK and in Germany. And so there's something to be said for that. That's a lot of work just to make happen. So we're in it. We got a very large PO recently, and we are in nonstop making hash mode at 3 different labs simultaneously. So I'm training at this one. I have another one in Kelowna I'm going to be going and training in soon. And then I have one that a friend runs on Vancouver Island, and he doesn't need training. He's exceptional. He's been doing this for years. And he's in a position where he's happy to produce bubble for us to be able to buy, because right now, not a lot of people are buying bubble. In Canada, it's a very hard product to sell. Even in the US, I sell it. In Colorado, we do very well with non-melt bubble. People love non-melt bubble in Colorado. It's much cheaper than melty bubble. It's still 65%. Young people in particular, 20 to 25, 30, they really enjoy it because you don't have to break the bank, and they don't really care if the hash, they think it's kind of bougie to be like, oh, the hash is bubbling and melting. What the fuck do I care? I'm 25 years old. Like, I just want to get high. And so, we sort of support that as well. And hopefully in the near future, we can, get some of this out to these countries, and we can go over there and, I can go visit James in the UK, and he can be like, dude, I bought some 5 grams of the hash that you sent over. That would be absolutely mind numbing to check it out. Yes, well, Bubble Hash, B-Man Hash, Sora Visayan is coming to Illinois. We do have our traditional hash that we're about to be making at the lab. Dread Smokes Weed just ordered me. Oh, what did he ordered me? Like something pie and peach pie. And one's a do-si-do cross, and one was a GMO cross. Peach pie and papaya juice, I believe, are the 2 that he just ordered from. He's got the clones already up. The guy called me like on a Wednesday. By like Monday the next week, he's got the clones in his quarantine. Dread Smokes Weed has one of the most incredible audit systems set up for bringing in new genetics to the facility and really auditing those genetics and quarantining those genetics to make sure they don't have hop latent viroid, to make sure they don't have any types of mildews or bugs or anything else. And you really have to give him props for that, because the guy's got a system set up that absolutely works. Aaron Galore 1566. Where can you find Bubbleman products on the east side of Michigan? If you send me a text message later on Instagram at BC Bubbleman, I'll have to find out. Rather than tell me the east side of Michigan, just tell me the city exactly, like Lansing or whatever, and I can tell you some of the stores that we sold to in Lansing or wherever you are in Michigan, in the mitten, right? You got to hold up your hand and go, I'm right here. I'm up here actually over right now. I've got my lab down here. I was doing the mock technologies thing up here in the UP. Yeah, it's happening. They're out there. Thank you, Sora the Cyan. Appreciate you. The recession is real in Canada. That is why most don't buy. No money over taxes, etc. Yes, Canada is brutal right now. We are absolutely we're the only G7 country in a full recession. We're the only country that just we fucking held our finger up to Trump and we are eating shit because of it. We have fucking tariffs out the yin yang. We have this and that. Our gas is I think about $8 a gallon is what I pay for gas. Now that is Canadian. It's about $6.45 US, which I'm guessing is where the most expensive gas in the country is, which would be California, I would guess. Where's gas more expensive? Okay, that's what I figured. I think it's the same in Canada. We have the most expensive gas. It's $2.10 a liter Canadian, which is holy shit. What the fuck? But we're holding our ground and hopefully eventually we'll pull it off. It's still a beautiful country to live in. The people are awesome. It's a good environment for the most part when we don't talk about politics. There's hash and weed and beauty and mountains and food and beverage. And for the most part, pretty awesome, happy people from all over the world. Obviously, we're on the West Coast, so we have an incredible infusion of Asian culture from Vietnam and China and Thailand and Korea and all of these. So India, of course, which is interesting because when I go to Montreal, I see a very different group of people over in Quebec. I see people that are coming in from Africa. A lot of Jamaicans come into Ontario. I always tell my Jamaicans, you got to come to BC. And they're just they go to Toronto. And then they dude, Toronto is not where you want to be living if you're a Jamaican. You need to come to the West Coast. This is where you want to live if you're a Jamaican. But 2 flights and they're not listening to me. They're fuck that, dude. That's a second flight. I'm going right from Jamaica to Toronto and then I'm there. I'm sure Toronto probably has 600,000 Jamaicans living there. I think there's over 2 million Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica and 2 million Jamaicans living in Jamaica, which is pretty incredible. Do you think there's another country that half of the population of the country is currently just cruising around and living in different countries?
Yeah.
Pretty fucking, that's
Ireland.
Cool. Ireland. Yeah, you're right.
Ireland, I think it's almost 10x. I think there's 10x Irish people living in the States and everywhere.
So you know
else.
what's crazy about that, Dr. Mark? You just named 2 of the countries where the Irish were enslaved by the British as well, right? They went and colonized the Irish and enslaved them. Then they went to Africa and enslaved them and created the whole Jamaican fiasco. And so, that's interesting that the Irish and the Jamaican have this very strange connection through the colonization of the British people. We didn't make good slaves, us Irish. We tend to die when you put us out in the fields. Don't have a lot of melanin in the skin. Pretty pasty white on the inside of the arms there. True story.
Ain't that the truth?
It's the truth.
So-
I wish it wasn't.
I have an anomalies question for you, Marcus. What's been your biggest pull out of that machine and what genetic was it and percentage wise?
Well, I think the biggest pull we ever did on this machine, and I'll give dry weights because I find wet weights are very confusing. And the people that are
Right.
giving you the wet weights sometimes don't even know the math of the wet weight. So it's you can say you got 7% all day long, but if it's a 5X, it's very unlikely that you got 7% because, that would be 35% dry weight for bubble. The other thing that's confusing about bubble is that people only use a certain grade to brag about, but they'll flex with the whole yield. Well, how much was 190? How much was 160? How much was 25? How much was 45? And how much was 73, 120, and 90, the 3 that most people actually want? Because what people see in the manipulative assumption of listening to hash makers talk about these numbers is they start assuming that, oh wow, we got like a 7%, return. Well, if you're a hash maker that when you dry your material, you're losing 5x, right? So you get 1,000 grams and you're going down to 200 grams. That's your dry ratio. So it's 75%. Some people get 70. Some people get they'll get 250 grams dried from 1,000. So that translation, whether it's a 5 or a 4, is a huge deciding factor in what the weights are when it comes to talking about your weights and your returns. Now, the problem is also secondary. They're only using their 90, 120, and 73, but telling you they got 7% yield. Sometimes they'll even pull the lie further and say to rosin, which is like absolutely outrageous that you're like, okay, so you got a 7% return to rosin. I think these people are actually just bad at math and they truly believe that they're getting the number that they're getting, but they aren't. It's absolutely fucking impossible. The highest yields I've ever seen in bubble on dry material was a 30% return. It's very, very rare. I've seen it a handful of times. I've never done a 30% return out of this machine. This machine has probably topped out around 25 or 26%. For me, as long as I get over 20% dry return, so if I put in 5,000 grams, 5 kilos dry, I get 1 kilo of bubble. But that 1 kilo of bubble is going to be 190, 160, 120, 90, 73, 45, and 25. It's going to be all of these grades. So it's not just like, and trust me, people aren't putting all those grades together and then pressing their rosin. So when they say like, oh, I got a certain percentage, what they really should be doing is they should be marking the weight that they got on the microns that they're usable, which will be 2%. And then they'll run it into rosin and lose 25% there. So then they can say, I got a 1.75% return fresh frozen. I just find the fresh frozen numbers to be so confusing that I prefer to translate them into dry numbers because it makes sense. It's like 5 kilos dry, 1 kilo return. That's 20%. To me, Etienne, that is economic viability. I can run a business based on that. If it's under 20%, now if it's 17, 18, 19, that's not a problem. But if we're coming in at 14 or 13 or 15, that's
So-
going to hurt. Go ahead,
So would
Colin.
you say like it's like 5? You're saying like 4.5% and above is viable. Anything below that is not. That's what I'm hearing. Like from a fresh frozen perspective, right? Based on 20% return, right, or 25%. Is that accurate to say based on the returns that you're getting? Because I always look at like 4%, like 18% dry, 4.5, maybe like 20. As an aggregate. But like to your point, this WG Chem, we had 6 trays of 73 120. That's
Yeah.
super rare.
Yeah.
Like I honestly, I rarely see 6 trays of, you know what I mean, of that.
What size
Like-
are the trays?
The large ones, the large harvest right.
Oh, yeah. So the ones
Right.
that I was holding up,
Yes.
these ones.
So, correct. Yep. So for me, that's
Not
a
to be
really
confused with these ones.
yes, those are buffet style.
They're
That's
the new,
just-
I've never ran them before. I've only run these for the last 2 weeks. Yeah, they are buffet style.
Which is awesome. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm here
that
for it.
to your point, it's rare to see these like 7, 8. Like I've heard people tell me they've gotten 8%, and I just, I'm just, okay. But I don't understand the math behind it because,
Hey, well,
what
guess
I
what,
see in the
Colin?
lab
Either
is-
did they.
Because what I see in the lab is like consistently for us above 4%, topping around 6. And it's rare that we maybe a little bit over 6% sometimes. It just depends
Right.
on fresh frozen to hash yield. Right. And then from hash to rosin, that's a varying spectrum of returns. I mean, a super boof is like a queen versus a grapes and cream, which wants to hang back in the bags and needs more time, right? And every resin for every wash, Sam, look at that chunk, is
Yeah.
is
Pretty
just
expensive.
different, and you have to treat it differently. You have to bag it differently. How many grams you press at once will be different. There's all this stuff, man. We could go on and on and on.
We are going to.
Because it's
That's what we're going to do, Colin.
And like the freeze drying is my biggest pet peeve. Like I taste other people's work and I taste it's like just freeze dry it right, guys. Come on. You work so hard for it. And it's like that last step, you just misses off into the distance. It's like,
It's the hard part, right?
yeah,
It's whenever we get to the hard part, people are like, I don't know what to do now. It's like, well, this is just the hard part. You just gotta buckle down.
yeah. It's but anyway, I think that's part of it. And then it's also the tools, like maybe a scientific might be the better tool for people to dial that in more consistently because we've had issues in the past with those pharmas where if they glitch for any reason, they hang in a cycle, like you just have no idea. You know? I think the newer ones are better, like the
Ooh,
pros.
baby. We're coming out with a
But
bunch of ice. Holy shit.
Marcus just went ice climbing.
Holy shit, dude. That was crazy. I got a little bit in my face. It actually like kind of hurt.
You literally just got knocked out by that ice chunk. Better be
That
careful
was
in
a lot of ice, dude. If you could see the floor right now,
there.
you would like there is like kilos of frozen freeze dryer ice. Fuck,
Yeah,
did that
buddy.
feel good to get it out though, bro? Oh my goodness. I was like pulling out a tick that was full of blood from the back of your neck. It's like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I live for this shit. Brought to you by
Well,
Shaldome Labs.
you had a bunch of ice buildup inside your freeze dryer. Is that what you're clearing that?
Yeah, just all the sublimated water. It obviously turns into ice in the freeze
So
dryer.
how do
And
you
so
keep
now
that
it's
from?
just, how do you what?
How can you keep that from happening?
Well, that is the entire process of the freeze dryer. That's what sublimation is. Turns the water into a solid, skips the other phase. And so you
Yeah,
defrost
but
it at the end of the
is
process
that supposed to be trapped somewhere? If you're
inside the
lyophilized?
freeze dryer tunnel.
I'll say okay. So this is inside the freeze dryer tunnel.
Yep, inside the freeze dryer tunnel is where it all gets trapped. You can defrost it. There's a button where you don't have to do what I just did. But
Takes a while.
this was a lot of ice. I had a lot of ice filled up, Dr. Mark. It's kind of insane. Like I would say this is probably like 3 or 4 gallons of solid white ice.
You're making a lot of hash in that lab, man.
I am definitely making a lot of hash in this lab, dude. Holy shit. No joke.
Yeah. So how fragrant is that water? Is it fragrant at all?
It's not too bad, but like I said, if it was a different cultivar that had, like esters in it, which seem to be a little more susceptible to
Yeah.
the delicacies of vacuums, right? Like they're like thiols. They really, and there's fruit flavors. So you can get your ice and your freeze dryer hydrosols to be tasting or smelling very much like fruit esters. But there's none present in Dante's Inferno. Dante's Inferno is the water in the freeze dryer and the hydrosols that melt out on the back. They're nothing really worth. They don't smell great at all. But this is great because I was waiting for this so I can put my gasket back on. Now my freeze dryer's properly done, and I can get to the last part of the day, which is putting the hash from the fridge. I think we're going to start with the 13th. This is August 13th. This is a tray of 190 micron. So I just got to crack the tray. And once I crack the tray, I should be able to get the hash out a little easier, although this one is really frozen. There we go. There we go. So it comes out nice in one big piece. I kind of cracked it in the middle here. But when it's cold like this, it's pretty easy to pull the chunks out. There's my 190 right there. 190, actually 13. So we're not going to fuck around with that. We got to put the right tag on. Which I'm going to have to make another one. 190. I don't want to mix up the days because I like to know my ratios of what I'm getting each day. So I even though all the hash will end up in the same bag, I very much want my data to be uncorrupted and accurate when it comes to how much I got each day and each run, and based on all of the things that I've had set up to get that, variables of hertz of the machine and amount of ice used and temperature of water and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like you're doing the same stuff we do. Like I even do like the bag weight, how much went into, when we're pressing rosin, like how much actually went into the bag, the
Of
spent bag
course, we measure
weight,
everything. We weigh everything all the time.
how much, like every single touch point that we
Like I
touch.
have not 10 pages of paperwork just for the water hash process. The rosin process, I have six
Yeah.
full pages of just like processes of going into the room first of all and validating the room for the day. Has there been a level 1 or a level 2 cleaning? If you're using a different cultivar, level 2 has to be done. Have all of your stainless steel tools, all of your equipment, trays, plates, everything been sprayed and washed with alcohol? So we do what is called like the QA audit in the morning, and we go over everything. And it's basically like, for tomorrow I'll come in and I'll go over room cleared, previous product and documents removed, wash vessel agitation clean and serviceable, scales clean, in calibration and function checked, ice source approved, ice quantity adequate, tools, scoops, and collection vessels identified, food contact surfaces cleaned and sanitized, collection bags verified, RO process water available and adequate, freeze dryer trays, liner materials clean and ready, and then required PPE worn, hygiene requirements completed. And then I've got my initials, my date, and the release where the QA can come in, go over all those things, make sure we've done them. Because any one of those things, if you kind of miss, it's easy to go back and be like, oh, I noticed you didn't check like the tools, scoops, and collection vessels identified and clean. So that's probably what you forgot to do. And that's why we ended up with a microbial fail on that particular batch of that particular day, which is scary for sure that can happen. Okay, so that was my
So
190. Go
I
ahead.
think it's important to point out for the listeners here, like this is really helpful information for those of you guys that are out there running your own labs and businesses and want to do this type of work, this
Yeah.
obsessive kind of, type A-esque headspace that I know Marcus and I definitely share.
Yeah, we do.
It's not because we're like, we're OCD and love this stuff, but it's because that's what it takes. And I think, I encourage others out there to kind of to take as many notes as you can, overly take data points. I think Dr. Mark, that's part of your work as well, is like you wouldn't be where you're at without that, right? All the
It'd be
iteration.
hard for him to remember it all, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. His computer, it's inside the computer. You know what I mean?
What?
Like
All right.
Real intelligence, not artificial.
yeah, so it's
I
real
like
AI,
that.
right? Real eye.
Realize.
That's right, baby. But yeah, that's
Realize
one
you.
thing that kind of I know over the years that people always ask me like, how do you guys have margins and how do you guys keep doing this? And it's like it's because of all this stuff that Marcus is doing and we all do.
We do.
It's what it takes, I think, to run a
Yeah.
great lab. So, and it's persistence and consistency, That's another thing I encourage you guys to kind of look into, like do something every day the same time, same way all the time. Try that. It's actually pretty hard.
For
Challenge
sure.
you. I challenge you to do that. So,
Consistency, that's the reality, right? But consistency leads to success, and then early success then leads to years later being pioneers. That's what it's all about. It's doing it the same way today as you did yesterday and getting up tomorrow and doing it and holding the same standards. It sounds so easy, doesn't it? But when it comes to execution, that's completely something else. It's something we've been blessed to do in the dispensary world, for 27 years. And that's what it is. It's all about consistency. There's more than enough people out there now selling. There used to just be a handful of us. Now there's over 10,000. So, but
Mm.
it's still all about, it's still all about the patient and taking care of every individual as they come in and taking care and understanding that with every basic trichome that comes through your door, right? You feel responsible from it from the time it comes in as plant material to the time it leaves and is literally inhaled, right? You want to make it sure as least of it as possible is in the loss category and as much of it is in the win category. And that is hard to do consistently. That's the
Yeah,
art,
Yeah.
right?
yeah. Someone says accountability too. Yeah, I think that comes with the consistency though. If you're not consistent, you have no accountability. So,
Well,
18,
I
what
just
do you,
fucking love it.
18, I was going to ask, what do you know about the whole rescheduling and hemp kick the can down the road status? Right? They
Well,
kick
in this week's episode of What the Fuck's Going On, we are
in
in the
this week's
we
episode
don't
of
know.
kick the can down the road.
We've got people picking up the ball. We've got people getting the ball smacked out of their hands. We've got an attempt by, a Hail Mary money pass to Trump is trying to really press the issue. However, there's been pushback, and that pushback has been from the attorney generals from individual states, which means they've had enough of dealing with these fucking gray areas. They need black and white again. And
Oh,
so
Jesus.
there's now a push me pull you situation. If you're not familiar with Dr. Doolittle, ladies and gentlemen, it's a two-headed animal. And this two-headed animal is pulling in itself in each direction. And that's why it's called a push me pull you. So we have a in today's mystery is where is Mitch McConnell? Mitch McConnell is missing. And of course, that's a big problem for getting anything done in what we call the Senate. And that's kind of a problem because he was kind of a proponent as well as a cock blocker at the same time. So you've got the House of Representatives and the Senate against local state-owned attorneys generals. You've got a pissing contest of epic proportions, ladies and gentlemen, and you're raining in the shower right now. Can you feel it? It's a little golden, but go rinse off, everybody. It's a fucked up place where we are. So, what does this tell me? Well, if I look through my crystal ball, I see nothing happening. I see
Yeah.
that because of this type of push, they do not feel as empowered. If there was not this type of push, I do not think they would be pushing the way that they are. However, because of, and let's chalk this up, this has been bad actors selling bad products and pissing people off to the point where, by not doing correct science, love you, not doing things correctly, has pissed off the regulators because people are dying, people are getting sick. There's literally, it's bathtub gin, ladies and gentlemen. People don't know what the fuck people are buying. And that has caused real world issues and real world problems because people are getting real world sick from these. Some people aren't. Some people are enjoying the drinks. However, I'm coaching people right now who have drinks that the interstate commerce is going to be drying up in November, and that you better be siloed in a state that's going to allow you to produce and do what you do. Otherwise, be prepared to, in my opinion, the DEA and other law enforcement have been sharpening their billy clubs for a while because they have not been able to use them. And come November, they're going to come out swinging. Now, there's been legislation to push it back. There was one that only pushed back a month, and that's like, why? And that was where we saw the immediate pushback by the attorneys generals. And that's that they are a major player. That means that they have the backing of all law enforcement, because that's how it goes, which means law enforcement wants to deal with things. And we see in places like Texas, we saw the other day, last Friday, their law changed that even if you get caught with, a cart now, you can spend years in jail.
Mhm.
So, the recriminalization backlash is inevitable, one in places like that. However, we've already seen people being busted and arrested in Texas that have CBD shops. So that's already happening. And how that will play out, I don't know. But it doesn't really look good because the state of Texas usually has a successful clobber on the head rate that is higher than they don't fuck around. They basically come to kill. Just being blunt there. So we're gonna see, CBD states, really start to really enforce things on the THC drinks that have been allowed to proliferate. Whereas I don't know what's gonna happen with Minnesota, because really Minnesota started this whole thing
Mhm. Mhm.
with actually allowing one of those large conglomerates, not Bevmo, but the other one.
Total Wine.
Yeah, Total Wine is a more, okay, which we have here in California, and they're selling THC drinks. Well, that's going to stop. And a lot of consumers are going to be really mad because, especially as we've seen Generation Z and Generation A really dig cannabis drinks. They like the access, they like the availability, they like more than anything, as we continue to see lots and lots of articles come out on how the younger generation is not buying alcohol and the hundreds of billions of dollars that the alcohol industry has lost. So, why am I saying that? Because oddly enough, in this past week, the bottlers for alcohol industry in the United States have come up and they're now supporting cannabis drinks. Why? Because they now manufacture and distribute them, and they're making them now that lost money that was coming from the alcohol sales that they used to get from previous generations that they're now seeing, and they don't want to lose that money too.
Yeah.
So are their lobbying numbers enough to throw legislation into the hat in the meantime? Could happen. As I look at crystal ball, shit like that's happened before. However, when we add in the anomaly of where is Mitch McConnell, that adds a twist to things in a short amount of time that does not resolve itself realistically in the time frame needed for change. So, does it expire? They start kicking heads in, and people overreact, or the customer base comes back and says, "I want my THC drinks all over again." Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This one's still writing itself. And you in the chat there, how do you feel about all this? Because this is what's happening right now. If you're paying attention, because I am, I listen to a lot of what's happening, and it's not good. It's not good out there. It's a problem. It's a real concern that people don't have a concise verbiage that they're putting forward. You've got lots of competing interests throwing big money around, and those are always a recipe for fucked up shit coming down the pike. And nobody likes fucked up shit coming down the pike. So happy to be wrong on all this. However, this is what I see currently, and it's going to get weirder. So it could happen, but we're in August now, which means September, October, November. We are less than 3 months away from this going down. So, if you care and you're in the United States, you can still write your congressman and call them and deal with them. I'm doing that behind the scenes because my VA stuff has gotten to people like Representative Raskin's office. So I'm working with him right now on some cannabis legislation for veterans. And it just so happens here in a few months, and 3 months is also an election. And after that, he's going to be head of the Judiciary Committee. So I happen to be, talking and working right now with, a very powerful Democrat team. So we'll be working on these types of legislation as well as cannabis things as the tides turn. However, this is where we're biding our time And we have to see what's going to happen if the November elections won't happen too, if there are, the shenanigans that are going to happen, because he got a new attorney general in place, and that guy, there's, wonder if he's actually going to steal the election. So there's all kinds of unanswered problems that if we do get to a successful election, then there will be some changes, as well as a neutering of the current president, because he will not have both houses anymore, the House and the Senate anymore. Most likely they will be the opposite. And on top of that, because of the economy and how everybody is not happy about how things are going, because as Marcus was talking earlier, the cost of everything is high. It's too damn high, and it's only gotten even higher for everybody. And those in the lower and middle class are pinched and bled beyond relief. And they're going to vote with their dollars, and it's going to be ugly for the Republicans. They're going to get their successes some places, but it's going to be a bloodbath. I will wrap this up because I see we're past 1 o'clock, and Marcus is assholes and elbows deep into,
Ashish.
day. And yeah, so that's the political realities, Dr. Marcus. I really
Well,
wish.
it was a good update. Thank you, ATN. Sorry to go past the 4 o'clock mark for me anyway.
Oh, don't be sorry at all, dude. I'm still stuck in the fucking lab here for probably another hour because I started putting the hash into the freeze dryer, not thinking it's like the freeze dryer is like 144 degrees Fahrenheit right now.
Oh,
I cannot
no.
put, now it's all frozen, so it wasn't a big deal. I took it out like 2 minutes later, but I got to wait for the freezer, which I've turned on, to now heat the trays and everything up. You see, normally when you defrost the freeze dryer, you take the trays out. But I let so much ice build up on the side, the tray system was locked into the freeze dryer. So I
Right.
had to heat up the entire tray system,
Right.
and it's all metal and it conducts heat and blah, blah, blah. So now it's going to be like 40 minutes at like minus 35 Fahrenheit before it loses that warmth on the shelves. So I'm
So
going to have to wait.
if you wait to get not that much ice built up, yeah, but if you could clean it out more frequently,
You
keep
can. You
that
can clean it out every single run that you do.
right.
It's when the freeze dryer is not doing its job and the hash hasn't freeze dried. I don't clean the freeze dryer ice until the hash in the freeze dryer is dry. And I'm
Right.
putting so much fucking hash in this freeze dryer that it's taking, 2 days. Sometimes it goes into even a little bit of the hash goes into like the third day, which is like,
That's a
holy
lot
shit,
of
dude.
water, man. It's a lot
Yeah,
of
it's a
water.
lot of water. So, well, you should see I fill this thing up with 300 liters every single
Yeah.
wash day. Like you can
Oh my
see how
gosh.
big this thing is, right? Pretty big little unit. It's like 4.5 feet tall, 300 liters. I've got about 260 liters of bags, or 240 actually, 32 and 32, 64. Yeah, 32 gallons and 32 gallons, which is like 100 and 120, 120, and equals 240. So it ends up being 60 liters. I have to pull out excess in order to run all the water from the reactor into the bags. The bags will fill up. So then I have to pump the water from the bottom of the bags that have already filtered through into this big bastard, 40 liters. And that way the water stays cold and I can pump it back into my reactor without introducing warm water from the hose and having to bring in a bunch more ice to chill the unit. Did we lose Colin? I didn't even say goodbye to Colin. Bye, Colin. Thanks for coming in, buddy. You are awesome. Always here and representing. Says I'm at minus 42 Fahrenheit, but I don't believe it, Dr. Mark. I do not fucking believe it. Pulling a vacuum on me already?
That was quick.
When freezers lie.
Yeah, so the freezer itself, where the temperature is absolutely that temperature, but the plates, these fucking plates, these shelves, I should say, are warm. They're very warm. I don't want to put my trays on there just yet. I gotta wait. This is when the hash forces you to wait. There's nothing you can do.
The waiting is the hardest part.
Yeah, you're not telling me why there. Well, listen, I want to thank Puffco and the Press Club for being such huge supporters, Bubble Bags and Grandmaster LEDs as well. You can check all of those websites out in the links that I'm sure Bingo Lombardi is about to put up into the chat. In the meantime, I want to thank Dr. Mark and Colin and Etienne for coming in. Hopefully, we'll have Lele Dubois from the Humboldt Legacy, whatever her group is called. I feel terrible. that I
Legacy
don't have it.
Project.
Humboldt Legacy Project. That's easy. I should be able to remember that. So hopefully we'll have her in next week. And I've been working on a couple other little show ideas. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if I'll be here in the lab next Sunday, but Dr. Mark, whenever you have a chance, whenever you can do
Yeah,
it,
let's do it.
whenever you want to set it up, let
Sure.
me know.
Yeah, we can do that. That'll be a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, in the meantime, may the full melt bless your bowls sooner than later. I am in the lab. It is Hash Church, season 12, episode 33. Thanks, everyone, for watching. We sure appreciate you guys. Got a couple hundred folks, the hardcores, as I say. We will talk to you all next time. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Lab Church.
Peace out. So first, I got to figure out, oh, yeah.